Chapter 2773. Powerful Feng Yun. Feng Yun has finally appeared. Yi Fei knew that Feng Yun had also entered the ancient Golden Road. However, he had been targeted by Lu Mohan the moment he entered and had been busy dealing with Zhang Wangu. As a result, he had missed Feng Yun. Now, he was high above, standing on the steps of the Wizard Suppression Pagoda, looking down at the crowd. Feng Yun did not avoid him. Instead, he stood out and challenged Zhang Wangu once again. I have to say that Zhang Wangu is really unlucky. Yi Fei sighed secretly. Seeing that this guy was not holding Yi Fei's hand lightly enough and was still sighing, Shangluo wanted to strangle him to death. He stepped on Yi Fei's foot fiercely. The dragon turtle was in so much pain that tears came out of his eyes. He secretly thought that he did not even attack him. So why did Shangluo step on him? Subsequently, strong resentment and anger erupted from Zhang Wangu's body. Now, all these useless soldiers and crab generals want to step on us, the legendary prodigies, to rise to the top. Unfortunately, you are destined to be a joke. Roar! The flaming mystical dragon once again transformed into the furious mystical dragon hand and wrapped itself around Zhang Wangu's arm. This furious hand was different from the one he had seen during the battle with Yi Fei. Not only did the furious hand bracer wrap around Zhang Wangu's entire arm, but there were also 5 ghastly dragon teeth protruding from the back of the bracer. This was the divine dragon's angry hand, the true form of killing. Previously, when Zhang Wangu was fighting with Yi Fei, it was not good for him to kill Yi Fei on the spot and bear the crime of harming a fellow disciple. Therefore, he did not display such a state. However, in the face of Feng Yun's provocation, Zhang Wangu did not have any scruples. One of the dragon's angry hand instantly blasted towards Feng Yun's chest, as if it wanted to directly dig out Feng Yun's heart. On the steps, the little beast, Jeeb, suddenly snorted disdainfully. This sky is still the sky of the legendary prodigies. No matter how talented the latecomers are, they should know their limits. His words had a double meaning. He was mocking Feng Yun for overestimating himself, and he was also secretly mocking Yi Fei. How could Yi Fei not understand? He glanced at Jeeb coldly and said, "How about we make a bet?" "What's the bet?" Jeeb looked at LV Mohan and Sure Jiochong beside him and suddenly felt confident. "Let's bet on who will win. The loser will allow the other party to attack him once." Yi Fei said angrily, "I bet that Feng Yun will win. Do you dare?" Jeeb's face changed. He hesitated for Yi Fei's affirmative tone. Lu Mohan sneered and said, "Bet with him. That Feng Yun is a famous piece of trash in our imperial sky. However, he has an arrogant personality and has repeatedly provoked his seniors and juniors who are stronger than him. He can be considered as the scum of our imperial sky." "What? Feng Yun is actually a piece of trash and scum of imperial sky?" Many martial artists were surprised. They thought that Feng Yun was a dark horse because of his extraordinary bearing. However, LV Mohan's words made everyone realize that Feng Yun might just be an idiot with a problem in his head. "All right, let's bet. Yi Fei, don't go back on your word." Little beast Jeeb's eyes lit up. He was afraid that Yi Fei would go back on his word, so he immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Fei also smiled and said, "A gentleman keeps his word. Blackie, what are you shouting for?" The dragon turtle raised its teary eyes and pointed at its tail, which Shangluo had been stepping on. Shangluo's face turned red. She realized that she had stepped on the wrong turtle in her hurry. She immediately glared at Yi Fei and scolded. "Yi Fei, are you stupid too? Do you think that everyone is as abnormal as you and could defeat a peerless genius like Zhang Wangu?" Yi Fei shook his head calmly and said, "I don't know how strong Feng Yun is, but I know that he is not an ordinary person. Since he dares to fight, he must have the confidence to defeat his opponent. After all, this was an invincible genius who had once commanded the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty." Yi Fei was the one who disdained LV Mohan's evaluation. His attitude also made Shang Luo curious. Could it be that this fella called Feng Yun was also a pervert? Rumble. The ground rumbled continuously. That was the figure of Zhang Wangu and Feng Yun fighting crazily. However, No matter how Zhang Wangu attacked, he could not defeat Feng Yun. Instead, during the battle, Feng Yun's aura was constantly growing stronger and stronger. As a result, Zhang Wangu felt that he could easily kill Feng Yun, but he also felt that his opponent was unbeatable. Zhang Wangu was not the only one who noticed this. Hu Qingwu, who was on the steps, also felt that something was wrong. She subconsciously looked at Chen Xiaoyao, who was at the top of the steps. Chen Xiaoyao's gaze was extremely serious as he stared at Feng Yun's footsteps. He said in a low voice, "He is using Zhang Wangu to test his saber." Test his saber? Hu Qingwu was confused. Indeed, he is testing his saber. Feng Yun is undergoing some kind of transformation through the battle with Zhang Wangu. Yifei's gaze also turned serious. Feng Yun lived up to his reputation. In fact, he was even stronger than the rumors said. At this moment, Feng Yun's strength was fluctuating between strong and weak. However, only Yifei and Chen Xiaoyao noticed that no matter how strong or weak Feng Yun's footsteps were, they did not change. He was still as calm as ever, like a gentle breeze blowing through the clouds. There was a great danger hidden in the dark. However, it was difficult for onlookers to see this danger. As the person involved, it was even more difficult for Zhang Wangu to see it. Zhang Wangu only attacked wildly. He wanted to redeem himself as a peerless genius by killing Feng Yun. However, he did not know that all his attacks were withstood by Feng Yun's mysterious movement technique. They turned into an invisible force that fiercely attacked a seal in his body. Finally, when Zhang Wangu launched his 36th attack, Feng Yun actually used these attacks to execute a secret technique and suddenly unsealed his divine ability. Between heaven and earth, a sacred wind rock suddenly appeared. It flapped its wings, which were like sharp divine blades that split heaven and earth. It even shattered Zhang Wangu's furious divine dragon hand on the spot. The second slash immediately followed and slammed into Zhang Wangu's chest. Zhang Wangu let out a blood-curdling scream. He spat out blood crazily and was once again slammed to the ground. Both his legs were fractured again. With a crack, he knelt before Feng Yun. The spectators were all in an uproar. No one had expected that as a peerless genius, Zhang Wangu would be so pathetic. First, he was defeated by Yifei and forced to kneel on the ground. Now, he was once again forced to kneel on the ground by Feng Yun, who was also known as the Imperial Sky Trash. Disgrace. This was simply a nightmare. You. Zhang Wangu knelt on the ground, pointing at Feng Yun and then at Yifei. He was so angry that he fainted on the spot. His battle pet, the divine dragon, let out a mournful cry. It turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into Zhang Wangu's sky palace. It also did its best to protect Zhang Wangu so that his soul would not dissipate from anger. At this point, Zhang Wangu had lost both battles. Not only did he lose face as a peerless genius, but he also completely lost the right to enter the Wizard Suppression Tower. Feng Yun won the last seat. Do you agree? Chapter 2774. A Delicious Person. Feng Yun's actions were exactly the same as Yifei's. The way he defeated Zhang Wangu was exactly the same. This made everyone suspect that Yifei and Feng Yun had a special relationship. Yifei looked at Feng Yun in surprise. You can break the seal by absorbing other people's attacks. That's right. However, this requires a very long time to prepare. At the very least, I need to absorb the attack power of 1,000 young Sir Gods. Therefore, I have been preparing since the day I joined Imperial Sky. Feng Yun's tone was as usual. Even though he was speaking to his enemies, he was also speaking to his friends. This made Yifei unsure if Feng Yun still remembered his brother's death. Feng Yun also noticed this. He smiled and said, "You don't have to worry that I will avenge Feng Hong. My relationship with Feng family and Feng Yun Palace is a little complicated. Besides, with Feng Hong Fei's domineering personality, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. The only difference was who killed him. I warned him before, and I even tried to protect him. Unfortunately, he didn't listen to me. His death is his own fault." When mentioning his own younger brother, Feng Hong, Feng Yun's expression was actually very indifferent. It was as if he was talking about someone else's matter. This was either because Feng Yun's nature was cold and indifferent, or because he was scheming and deliberately made people lower their guard. However, no matter which it was, Feng Yun was an extremely dangerous person. What made Yi Fei even more surprised was that Feng Yun was also a peerless genius who had broken the seal on his divine ability. This made Yi Fei hostile towards Feng Yun. He couldn't stop Feng Yun from going up the stairs. Therefore, Yi Fei nodded. I don't care if what you said is true or false. Let's talk about our feud in the future. All right. Feng Yun nodded and went up the stairs. Gua Yi from Heaven Cleaving Sect was moved. He smiled and said, Feng Yun, are you interested in joining us? He already had Huaqingwu. If Feng Yun, who had broken the seal on his divine ability, joined them, not only would they be able to suppress Yi Fei and Lu Mohan, they wouldn't be afraid of the strongest Chen Xiaoyao. Lu Mohan's expression turned extremely ugly. He had never expected Feng Yun, whom he had once labeled as trash and scum of the Emperor Sky Realm, to have hidden himself so well that he had misjudged him. Yi Fei was also a little surprised that Feng Yun did not accept Gui Yi's invitation. Instead, he coldly walked to the side and stood alone. Vaguely, he seemed to be on par with Chen Xiaoyao. Chen Xiaoyao's gaze was still calm. He just stood there in a carefree manner, as if he was an independent world. Since all 9 slots have been filled, shall we collect the ancient tokens now and open the final Wizard Suppression Pagoda? Chen Xiaoyao said calmly. His aura was even more outstanding than the wind and clouds, and it was even more eye-catching. As Chen Xiaoyao spoke, although the people present felt regretful, they all remained silent to express their agreement. Lu Mohan, Gui Yi, and the others raised their feet and prepared to walk towards the Wizard Suppression Pagoda's door. Wait! Yi Fei suddenly opened his mouth and looked coldly at the little beast king, Jeeb. Jeeb, did you forget something? Jeeb's expression turned even uglier than a pig's liver. He said angrily, Demon Yi, don't push your luck. The 9 slots have been confirmed. What else do you want? Nothing much. I just remember that I seem to have won our bet just now. But you haven't fulfilled your promise. Yi Fei said coldly. Lu Mohan was his archenemy. Jeeb not only walked together with Lu Mohan and formed an alliance with him, but also mocked him just now. Since he was an enemy, Yi Fei of course would not be polite. Yi Fei's battle chi was like a dragon. He activated the Imperial Weapon Art, grabbed the dragon turtle's tail, and smashed it towards the little beast king, Jeeb. Jeeb was so angry that he roared. He was the one who lost the bet. In front of everyone, he could not go back on his word and damage his reputation. Therefore, Jeeb could only watch helplessly as the dragon turtle-like big black pig that was caught by the tail became bigger. Its tail turned into an iron handle, and its body turned into a black pot. There was a loud bang. This big black wok had already smashed onto Jeeb's face. This little beast king's nose started to bleed on the spot. He was like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. If Yi Fei had punched him, he could still accept it. However, being smashed by a black wok was too humiliating. Demon Yi, just you wait. When we come out of the Wizard Suppression Pagoda, Jeeb, will teach you a lesson. Jeeb covered his nose. His body was filled with rage and killing intent. Yi Fei pretended that he did not hear it. Since he was an enemy, he would not be lenient. Well, whatever grudges you have, wait until we come out. Let's go into the Wizard Suppression Pagoda first. Huaqingwu said impatiently. At this moment, all the warriors below the stairs threw their ancient tokens at the stone gate of the Wizard Suppression Pagoda. Those tokens were in the air. They merged into one and turned into 9 real Emperor's ancient tokens. They were also the keys to enter the Azura Palace. They fell into the hands of Yi Fei and the other 8 people. Chen Xiaoyao immediately stood up and was the first to enter the Wizard Suppression Pagoda. Feng Yun followed closely behind. Then Gua Yi and Huaqingwu. Jeeb covered his nose and glanced at Yi Fei with killing intent. In the end, he was pulled away by Lu Mohan and walked in with Shi Jiucheng. In the end, Yi Fei also pulled Shanglua's hand and walked in. Shanglua, follow me closely. This time, I will find a way to restore your memory after we enter the Wizard Suppression Pagoda. Where is Shangluo? As they walked, Yifei suddenly felt that his hand was empty. Shangluo's shadow was gone. Only the dragon turtle crawled back into the beast mark space in advance and followed them in. Could it be that this Wizard Suppression Pagoda is actually an independent space? Yifei was secretly surprised, but he did not know that all the geniuses who entered the Wizard Suppression Pagoda had the same question in their hearts. However, those who could enter the Wizard Suppression Pagoda were the strongest youths in the Heaven Realm. Soon, everyone adjusted their mentality and began to walk into the Wizard Suppression Pagoda alone. But this is also good. If we don't meet each other, there won't be any conflicts. Shangluo won't be in too much danger. Now, it all depends on each other's fate and luck. Yifei quickly flew in the void and shouted into the beast mark space at the same time. Xiao Qiao, you can come out now. Immediately help me find the place with the densest spiritual energy. Such a place would either be dangerous or have treasures. It was the most suitable place to go at the moment. When she heard that she could finally come out, Xiao Qiao immediately rode out on the dragon turtle happily. On the dragon turtle's head, there was a listless little red bird. It was laughing nonstop. It obviously hadn't recovered from the shock caused by the ancient god's corpse spirit. Yifei also shook his head helplessly. He knew that he could not rely on the golden vermilion bird now. He could only throw it back into the beast mark space. Then, he continued to fly quickly into the depths of the Wizard Suppression Pagoda with Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao also stood on the dragon turtle's back very seriously. He opened his divine eyes of heaven and earth and looked around. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao seemed to have discovered something. His black eyes opened wide. Yifei hurriedly asked, Big Black, what did Xiao Qiao say? Chapter 2775. Young Sky Emperor, delicious person? Yifei had a strange expression on his face. He glanced at Xiao Qiao, only to see that Xiao Qiao had already jumped onto the dragon tortoise again. She impatiently whipped the dragon tortoise with her vine and acted as if Xiao Qiao was going to ride a horse. This time, the dragon tortoise did not dare to move recklessly. Yifei nodded. No matter what Xiao Qiao said, they had to face it in the end. Hence, he also jumped onto the dragon turtle, and together with Xiao Qiao, they charged towards the direction Xiao Qiao was pointing at. From afar, Yifei saw what seemed to be an ancient star in the darkness. It emitted a mysterious light, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't a real star. It was a stone man sitting cross-legged. This stone man carried a long sword on his back and sat quietly in the void. It seemed to have cultivated for thousands of years. However, Xiao Qiao's gaze wasn't fixed on the stone man. It was fixed on the white jade stone that the stone man was sitting on. What a huge soul crystal! Could this be the Sky Emperor's soul crystal? In the beast mark space, the golden vermilion bird was originally in a daze. However, when it sensed the aura of the stone, it suddenly rushed out impatiently. When it saw the stone, its eyes lit up with excitement. If Ancestor can obtain this divine stone, I will definitely be reborn from the ashes. I won't need to possess someone else. I will be able to regain my original form as a golden vermilion bird. I want to obtain it. Trash! The golden vermilion bird's ferocious cry resounded in the void. This little red bird became spirited and quickly turned into a huge flaming vermilion bird. It flapped its wings and flew towards the Sky Emperor's soul crystal. At this moment, Yifei suddenly felt an incomparable sense of danger. The stone man sitting on the soul crystal suddenly opened his eyes. A strong spiritual light appeared in his eyes. This gaze could pierce through one's soul. The golden vermilion bird that threw itself forward felt a sharp pain in its head. It fell to the ground in a state of chaos and began to roll around in agony. Yifei was given a fright. He felt that this stone golem was only a late divine lord like him, but the combat strength it displayed made one feel as if they were facing a celestial emperor. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Yifei's mind. Could this stone man be the guardian of the Wizard Suppression Pagoda? Young man, you are right. I am the guardian of this place. However, although you can enter the Wizard Suppression Pagoda, that doesn't mean you will be able to obtain my approval." A trace of arrogance appeared on the stone man's face. Although he didn't have flesh and blood, he gave off a feeling of spiritual energy. However, when the stone man saw Xiao Chao, he was slightly surprised and afraid. He didn't continue to target the golden vermilion bird. Instead, he coldly looked at Yi Fei and said, "Yi Fei, ranked 81 on the stone tablet. You are ranked last, and also the last person to step into this place. To be honest, your chances of passing the test aren't too high." The moment the stone man opened his mouth, he was actually belittling Yi Fei. Yi Fei was very depressed, but he still suppressed his anger and patiently asked, "Senior, please tell me more about the test." The stone man nodded. "There are 3 types of tests in the Wizard Suppression Pagoda. The simplest is to defeat me. The second is to enter the black hole abyss. An ancient lich is sealed inside and summons the strongest ancient heroic spirits of an era. You will obtain the corresponding ability of whichever spirit you kill." "What? There are ancient heroic spirits inside?" Yi Fei was shocked. One had to know that only ancient emperors, and they had to be extremely powerful ancient emperors. Heroic spirits would only be born after ancient gods died in battle. What was even more terrifying was that there wasn't just one heroic spirit here, but ancient heroic spirits of an era. They had all been summoned by the Grand Sorcerers and imprisoned in this pagoda. It had to be said that those Grand Sorcerers were really crazy. If challenging the Stone Man was considered difficult, then challenging the heroic spirits of ancient emperors would definitely be hell. Even these ancient emperors might have their cultivation restricted. Yi Fei immediately fell into deep thought. He didn't know which difficulty to choose. At this moment, the golden vermilion bird beside him couldn't wait and shouted, "Who cares what difficulty it is? You just have to tell the Patriarch how to obtain the soul crystal onto your seat. Simple. As long as you can defeat the young Sky Emperor, you can obtain it," the stone man said indifferently. Hearing this, Yi Fei faintly felt that something was wrong. Before he could react, the golden vermilion bird had already shouted, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call that young Sky Emperor out. The Patriarch wants to smash him. Even if the Patriarch can't do it, there is still Yi Fei." "Have you decided?" "Yes." The golden vermilion bird continued to shout. Yi Fei had the urge to vomit blood. "Shut your beak. That is the young Sky Emperor. Are you trying to kill me? Big Black, drag him in and beat him up. Roar." The dragon turtle was shocked when he heard that. He took out a big black wok and smashed it at the golden vermilion bird's beak. The golden vermilion bird's words were stuck in its mouth, and it couldn't say anything. Yi Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards the stone man and said, "Senior, this is just a crazy bird. It was just speaking nonsense. Let me think about it." "Haha, think about it. I'm sorry. You only have one chance to choose. As for whether you can defeat the Sky Emperor, that will depend on your luck. All right, I forgot to tell you. For thousands of years, there were a total of 3,652 people who had the courage to challenge the young Sky Emperor. Among them, 3,000 people died in battle, 600 people were defeated, and only 52 people passed. I hope that you can become the 53rd person. After saying this, the stone man's figure actually slowly disappeared. Yi Fei's face turned incomparably dark. More than 3,000 people had challenged the young Sky Emperor. More than 3,000 peerless geniuses. In the end, only 52 people had passed the test. This was no longer a hell-level difficulty. It was clearly a death-level difficulty. If it was up to him, Yi Fei would never choose such a perverted level of difficulty. The most hateful thing was that stupid bird. It actually helped him choose such a difficult test. Not only did the dragon turtle grab the golden vermilion bird and beat it up, Yi Fei and Xiao Chao both had the urge to beat it up. The golden vermilion bird, who had just woken up, was dumbfounded. It didn't care that its head was being smashed by the dragon turtle. It immediately cried out, "Heavens, what kind of sin did the old ancestor commit? With Yi Fei's fragile body, he probably won't even be able to block a single toe of the young Sky Emperor." The golden vermilion bird hung its head dejectedly. It looked as if its heart had died. Chapter 2776. This youth was none other than the former young celestial emperor. Behind him was a long sword. This sword was simple and unadorned, but emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The young celestial emperor is actually a sword cultivator. Yifei's expression became increasingly ugly. He was a sword cultivator himself, so he naturally knew how terrifying a powerful swordsman's attack power was. Similar as if the blow to Yifei was not enough, the young celestial emperor who walked out of the door of light shook his head in ridicule. Not only am I a sword cultivator, I am also a saber user, a spear king, a fist emperor, and a hammer god. This emperor started martial arts at the age of 7. In 3 years, I reached the large success stage of heavenly venerate. In 7 years, I reached the initial stage of Renzu. In 10 years, I became an ancient emperor. In 50 years, I became an ancient god. In 100 years, I became a celestial emperor. Boom! Lest the words of the young celestial emperor caused Yifei's mind to explode. The golden vermilion bird was so frightened that its eyes rolled back and it fell off the dragon turtle's head, almost fainting on the spot. You're already a celestial emperor in 100 years? Hee, when I was 100 years old, I was just a naive little bird chasing a mother bird in the forest. It's over for me, and it's also over for you, little Yi. The golden vermilion bird's face was ashen, and it was in complete despair. Yifei's mind was also frightened by the young celestial emperor's introduction, but soon after, his body ignited with a soaring battle intent. No matter how strong you are, as long as we don't fight, I will definitely not retreat. The sword is strong against the strong. Boom! Crack! Sword light spread out from Yifei's body. He did not give a young celestial emperor a chance to attack. Instead, he attacked first. Whoosh! The whistling sword light was like a sword mountain that rose from the ground and pierced towards the young celestial emperor's body. The golden vermilion bird was so frightened that its eyes rolled back. This fellow is a lunatic. He clearly knows that his opponent is the young celestial emperor, but he still dares to take the initiative to attack. The golden vermilion bird had already closed her eyes in despair. The young sky emperor's eyes lit up at this moment. After learning about my experience, at least 5 out of 10 people would lose their fighting spirit and develop fear. It seems like you also have an undefeatable fighting spirit. This is very rare, Empty said, looking at the approaching sword mountain. The young sky emperor had already started to move. He stepped into the void, and it was as if one side of the world was pressing down on another. The entire void was trembling. Yifei was even more shocked to see that the sword mountain he had slashed out had been shattered before it could even get close to the young sky emperor. At the same time, a bone-chilling feeling appeared behind him. Without even thinking, Yifei stomped his foot on the ground, and a huge taiji sword diagram appeared behind him, blocking the opening behind him. However, a finger suddenly appeared from the black and white points of the taiji sword diagram. It flicked out continuously, and a terrifying sword hum rang out in the air. It directly formed a formless sound wave, and in an instant, the taiji sword diagram was shattered into countless pieces. Sky Emperor regrets. Yifei roared. Just as the taiji sword diagram shattered, sword light gathered in his hand. Layers of sword light formed a terrifying force that could destroy stars. It had already slashed towards the young sky emperor's body. This sword Dao is somewhat familiar. Unfortunately, I only have the form and not the spirit. In the end, I have let down Dugi Yohue's reputation as the ancient sword god. The young sky emperor's sword-like eyes shone as he formed hand seals. He was forming a sword seal. This was a sword Dao that was even more profound than the sword finger. Only seeing the young sky emperor's sword seal point forward, a dazzling sword seal appeared in the void. This sword seal was like a rapidly rotating star, releasing a terrifying sword hum. It shattered Yifei's eardrums on the spot. Blood flowed out from his ears and stained his hair. However, Yifei didn't seem to feel it. Crazy. The demonic battle technique was activated at the same time. At this moment, Yi Fei seemed to have completely fallen into a frenzy. The sword light in his hand became even more terrifying. This wasn't just Yi Fei's sword Dao. It was also integrated with the first Emperor Chu's sword Dao memories. But it was such a terrifying sword strike. When facing the young Sky Emperor, the other party only used a sword seal to blast all of the sword light into scattered meteors. Your sword is not bad. Among all the sword cultivators I defeated when I was young, your sword can enter the top 100. The young Sky Emperor formed a seal with one hand and looked at Yi Fei with a hint of admiration. However, when he heard this kind of praise, not only was Yi Fei unable to be happy, a sense of despair rose in his heart for no reason. His sword Dao was the strongest among the young divine lords in the entire heaven realm. However, in the eyes of the young Sky Emperor, he could only rank in the top 100. Also, in other words, before Yi Fei, the young Sky Emperor had met 99 sword cultivators who were more talented than Yi Fei. Furthermore, he had defeated all of them. How could Yi Fei not feel despair? In his heart, he even had thoughts about whether he was suitable to use a sword. Roar, 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 roar. Just as Yi Fei was feeling despair, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle actually made a small wooden sign together. There were even words written on it to cheer Yi Fei on. Huang the golden vermilion bird also tried her best to cheer herself up. Standing on the shaking wooden sign, she flapped her wings and said, "Little Yi, you must hold on. Although your sword Dao is terrible, you can use other mystiques." Yi Fei's face was ashen. His strongest skill was the sword Dao. He had never expected that he would suffer the most ruthless and cruel blow in the sword Dao. However, the golden vermilion bird's words reminded him that he knew more than just the sword Dao. "Kill, sacred dragon in the sky," Yi Fei roared. The sword light that filled the sky suddenly turned into a terrifying fist. He used the rising dragon sect's strongest sacred dragon fist and quickly blasted it toward the young Sky Emperor's sword seal. At the place where the sword seal and the fist seal collided, a shocking explosion occurred. The explosion annihilated the void. The young Sky Emperor's sword seal was also blown to pieces. Yi Fei's spirit finally rose. "My sword Dao might not be his match, but my fist Dao might work. Kill, sacred dragon's fury." The void trembled as the dragon suppresses the 8 desolations. Wu Wu A dragon seal appeared from Yi Fei's fist and quickly formed a special sacred dragon claw. It reached out from the annihilated void and smashed toward the young Sky Emperor's chest. Is this the sacred dragon fist of the Sacred Dragon Clan? When I first broke through to the Quasi-Emperor stage, I slaughtered 10 ancient emperors of the Sacred Dragon Clan. However, I was also injured by this Sacred Dragon fist. Fine, let this emperor see how good your fist Dao is. Boom. Rumble. The whistling void seemed to turn in a flowing light that condensed in the young Sky Emperor's hand. The young Sky Emperor's aura became even more terrifying. "Little guy, take this. Divine Void Fist." Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 2777. This part of the world completely collapsed. Suddenly, the divine bloodline flame on Yi Fei's body burned fiercely like a raging fire. He used the divine flame to amplify the power of his sacred dragon fist, making it even more terrifying. When he punched out, it really had the shocking battle strength of the sacred dragon fist. But the young Sky Emperor, with a hearty laugh, the grade 12 bloodline divine flame also ignited on his body. His divine void fist also turned into a dark void of divine light, causing Yi Fei's divine soul to feel a slight stabbing pain. However, Yi Fei was not intimidated by the power of the young Sky Emperor. After all, he had walked all the way from Black Rock City and had experienced countless battles, which had also made his martial heart incomparably tough. In addition, the martial path that Yi Fei had taken was that he would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. Even in the face of a hopeless situation, his fighting spirit would not be lost in the slightest. "Even if I have to fight to the last drop of blood, I will still fight. Fight! Fight! Dragon roaming the world. Yi Fei, the roar of a sacred dragon, seemed to come from Yi Fei's body. At this moment, when he used the sacred dragon fist, it was as if he had really transformed into a sacred dragon, fighting the heavens and the earth, fighting the gods and demons. His fists were becoming more and more terrifying, like ancient stars that were destroying at high speed. They constantly collided with the young sky emperor's divine void fist, even if the void exploded and both fists were bleeding. But Yi Fei, as if he could not feel the pain, only punched out crazily. 1 punch, 2 punches, 10 punches, 20 punches. Blinking in the blink of an eye, Yi Fei had actually exchanged 20 punches with the young Sky Emperor and was not at a disadvantage. Little the young Sky Emperor's gaze also changed from the initial indifference to admiration. You can withstand 20 moves of this Emperor's Essence Blood incarnation with a mediocre posture. It's really rare. Unfortunately, among the 3 people who challenged this Emperor, you are still the weakest. Back down, and this Emperor will spare your life. The young Sky Emperor calmly stepped into the air. No matter how strong or fast Yi Fei's sacred dragon fist was, it could not break his divine void fist, especially his words, which made Yi Fei's heart tremble violently. He did not expect that other than himself, who was forced to challenge the young Sky Emperor. There were 2 other people in the Wizard Suppression Pagoda who also chose to challenge the young Sky Emperor, and furthermore, he was the weakest of the 2. Who could those 2 people be? Yi Fei's mind was somewhat absent-minded, but soon after, an even more intense fighting spirit erupted from his body. Since others can challenge the Heavenly Emperor, why can't I? If I lose without a fight, I'm not willing to accept it. Kill. An even more intense bloodline divine light began to burn from Yi Fei's body. He still had 1 more card in his hand, and this card was the Vermilion Bird True Body. This true body could raise the power of his bloodline. If now, Yi Fei had a 12th grade bloodline. If he activated the Vermilion Bird True form, how powerful would the amplification of his bloodline be? Roar! Yi Fei let out another dragon roar. With the appearance of the Vermilion Bird True Body and the enhancement of his bloodline, Yi Fei's sacred dragon fist was no longer a simple sacred dragon claw. His entire arm had turned into a terrifying sacred dragon arm. When he used this arm to swing the sacred dragon fist, the young Sky Emperor's divine void fist was instantly defeated. Yi Fei's fist also forced the young Sky Emperor to retreat continuously for the first time. Unfortunately, he only retreated 3 steps before the young Sky Emperor steadied himself. A look of surprise appeared on his face. You used the Vermilion Bird True Body? This Emperor also knows this secret technique. Kill. The void trembled. The fierce cry of the flaming vermilion bird came from behind the young Sky Emperor. The same Vermilion Bird True Body appeared behind the young Sky Emperor. When I was promoted to the Ancient Emperor, I met the ancient god of the Vermilion Bird race by chance. That old thing bullied the weak and was afraid of the strong. He humiliated me. So in my anger, I imprisoned his true spirit and forced him to reveal the Vermilion Bird secret technique. Since you insist on fighting, I will naturally accompany you. Kill. The void cracked, and the divine fist struck out. The Vermilion Bird let out a long cry, but it was stronger and more blazing than Yi Fei's Vermilion Bird True Body. In the soaring flames, the young Sky Emperor's divine void fist collided with Yi Fei's sacred dragon arm once again. Yi Fei felt a terrifying void power, like a violent wave, shaking his sky palace and divine court. His entire divine soul was about to be blasted out of his body by this punch. Yi Fei's expression changed greatly. His body left an afterimage on the spot. His real body had already escaped the attack range of the divine void fist through space. The young Sky Emperor smiled in surprise. You dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me. The seal of life and death will send you on your last journey. Obviously, Yi Fei's overestimation of his abilities and his insistence on fighting had already aroused the young Sky Emperor's displeasure. So he decided to kill Yi Fei mercilessly like he had killed 3,000 peerless geniuses. Entire the void was suddenly filled with an incomparably austere aura. This aura was like the eyes of the Grim Reaper, causing Yi Fei to feel a chill run down his spine. And this time, the young Sky Emperor used the seal of life and death that he was incomparably familiar with. It was just that this seal was no longer a great void Abhijna, but a true Sky Emperor Abhijna. The most terrifying thing was that in the young Sky Emperor's hands, the seal of life and death did not condense a divine seal, but an even more terrifying 24 heavens. Layers, the 24 heavens overlapped. That feeling was like heaven and earth suppressing down. Even gods and demons would feel fear. No matter how tough one's martial heart was, there was a kind of despair that was about to collapse. It's over, it's completely over. The golden vermilion bird's heart was filled with despair. Roar! What answered him was Yi Fei's godlike roar. Vermilion bird, old ancestor, you are still the ancient emperor. Why are you afraid of a dead person? No matter how strong he is already dead. On the other hand, we are still alive. I don't believe that we can't kill him. Void Serpent, come out and help me. Do you really think that I'm your grandson that you can summon at your beck and call? The Void Serpent spirit was extremely sullen and resentful. When other Void Serpent spirits were born, they were all tyrannical in their host bodies. In the end, it was the unluckiest one. Ever since it was born in Yi Fei's body, it had suffered all kinds of grievances. If it wasn't that it couldn't leave Yi Fei's bloodline and survive on its own, the Void Serpent spirit had the urge to run away from home. However, for the sake of its own life, the Void Serpent spirit still revealed its ferocious Void Serpent head. It opened its mouth and supported the 24 heavens that were descending. At the same time, it said to Yi Fei telepathically, "The Sky Emperor is powerful. I can only use the surrounding void to buy you 3 breaths of time. If you can't kill the Sky Emperor in 3 breaths of time, we will all be finished." Hiss! Although it was only a Void Serpent spirit, it was an existence that could make the Rinzu Ancient Emperor pale. The Void Serpent spirit also had the unique ability to control the void. This time, Yi Fei had taken a huge risk to release this Void Serpent spirit. However, it seemed like his strategy was successful. No matter how strong the young Sky Emperor was, he was only one person. Yi Fei, on the other hand, had the Void Serpent spirit and the Sacred Dragon's Eye. Chapter 2778. Blackie, lend me the power of the Dragon Turtle. The Dragon Turtle raised its head and roared. It was telepathically connected with Yi Fei and activated the Imperial Weapon Art at the same time. Yi Fei felt that his body was filled with the power of the Demon Dragon. With the amplification of this power, Yi Fei's Sacred Dragon Fist became even more terrifying. His left eye flashed with a layer of golden luster. The Sacred Dragon's Eye and the power of space were activated instantly. The young Sky Emperor, who was in the middle of making his move, couldn't help but be stunned. He seemed a little surprised that Yi Fei had such a hidden technique. "I underestimated you. You are the weakest among the 3 people who challenged me this time, but you surprised me the most. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting fellow like you." Young Sky Emperor did not panic. His expression was still indifferent. The stagnant void began to shake violently. Even the stagnant space was unable to completely restrict the young Sky Emperor's combat power. The 24 heavens were still like layers of heaven and earth. With a loud rumble, they fell on Yi Fei's head. The spirit of the void, which was blocking the heavens first, suddenly let out a shrill cry. It felt that being born from Yi Fei's bloodline wasn't a blessing at all, but a sin. Under the pressure of the layers of heavens, the spirit of the void's body became smaller and smaller. Perhaps it wouldn't even be able to hold on for 3 breaths before it gave way. Yi Fei's expression suddenly changed. The Dragon Turtle, which was crouching behind him, suddenly made a decision. Its body suddenly enlarged. At the same time, it stood on its feet and raised its dragon claws to the sky. It actually blocked the descending heavenly power together with the spirit of the void. This scene made Yi Fei's heart tremble slightly. Xiao Chao jumped around anxiously, but unfortunately, its body couldn't grow bigger. Xiao Chao suddenly became angry. It squeaked and formed a large flock of redbirds. They left long trails of fire behind them as they blasted towards the descending heavens. These birds were none other than the vermilion bird true form that Xiao Chao had formed. They all knew that each person could only condense a single vermilion bird true body. However, Xiao Chao had actually broken this rule and condensed a large number of vermilion bird true bodies. The golden vermilion bird was so shocked that its eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Its beak was even open to its limit. Half of its beak was facing the sky, while the other half fell to the ground. It had an extremely horrified expression on its face. Then, the golden vermilion bird came to a realization. This attack might be Yi Fei's last chance. In order to survive, the golden vermilion bird finally overcame its fear of the young Sky Emperor. With a furious roar, it transformed into a gigantic firebird that was even more terrifying than the dragon turtle and snake spirit. It let out a shrill cry and pounced into the sky. Rumble! Little the young heavenly emperor's 24 heavens that were descending on Yi Fei actually stopped. The young heavenly emperor's expression changed for the first time. Yi Fei's gaze suddenly turned sinister. In the final battle, if I don't kill the enemy, my sword will not return. Calamity, sword lives, heavenly emperor regrets. Yi Fei roared. He gave up on using the sacred dragon fist and once again used his strongest Taiji, Sword Dao. However, this Taiji Sword Dao was more terrifying than any of the times Yi Fei had used it before, because Yi Fei had not only integrated his Sword Dao into this sword, but he had also integrated his essence, spirit, and all the power that he could mobilize into it. This sword, if I don't kill the enemy, I swear I won't return. Just as the young Sky Emperor was about to break free from the stagnation of the void, the sword pierced through the void at an extremely terrifying speed and also pierced the young Sky Emperor's chest. A look of intense shock appeared in the young Sky Emperor's eyes. I take back what I said earlier. Your sword Dao has the potential to enter the top 20. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. This is an incarnation condensed from my bloodline. I'm not afraid of death at all. However, you only have one life. Puffed. The young Sky Emperor's palm directly grabbed Yi Fei's sword light and ruthlessly stabbed into his body. At the same time, he also pulled Yi Fei's body closer to him. It was as if he wanted to close in and give Yi Fei the final blow. At this moment, Yi Fei suddenly laughed. Perhaps you're not afraid of death, but Sky Emperor, you know that the thing you shouldn't have told me the most is that your body is condensed from your bloodline. Ancient God Golden Body, Azura, Blood Destroyer. Just as the young Sky Emperor's palm was about to hit Yi Fei, a layer of purple gold flames suddenly burned on Yi Fei's body. Ancient God Golden Body. At the same time, Yi Fei began to use a secret technique that he had not used for a long time. Cultivation Luo Fa Blood Art. This secret technique could seize the bloodline of others. It was extremely domineering. If the young Sky Emperor had a physical body, Yi Fei would not dare to use it. However, the young Sky Emperor in front of him actually said that he was an incarnation condensed from his bloodline. Yi Fei did not hold back at all. He directly used the Azura Blood Destroyer. Through the young Sky Emperor's sword light, he began to frantically seize all the energy of the young Sky Emperor's bloodline incarnation. The young Sky Emperor's expression immediately froze. He looked at Yi Fei in shock, and then looked at the sword light that Yi Fei had pierced into his body. Not only did this sword light severely injure his incarnation, it also turned into a bridge that allowed Yi Fei to use the Azura Blood Destroyer. However, the young Sky Emperor did not have the resentment of death. Then, he looked at Yi Fei solemnly. In all these years, a total of 54 people have defeated my incarnation. However, you are the first to truly kill me. Even though you took advantage of a loophole and used a trick, the young Sky Emperor's voice grew weaker and weaker. The incarnation condensed from his bloodline also fell apart at this time. In the end, only a drop of blood that flickered with strong energy fluctuations fell into Yi Fei's palm. This blood bead was the Azura Blood Destroyer. It was the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline that was refined from the Azura Blood Destroyer. Yi Fei also took a deep breath. Then, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The battle just now was really too dangerous. He didn't expect that he would not hesitate to release the Void Snake Spirit. Even with the help of the Dragon Turtle, Xiao Qiao, and the Golden Vermilion Bird, he still couldn't completely kill the young Sky Emperor. In the end, he had no choice but to take a gamble and use the Azura Blood Destroyer. In the end, he succeeded in killing the young Sky Emperor. Moreover, he was the only person to kill the young Sky Emperor. The Golden Vermilion Bird looked at him in a daze. Yi Fei, what kind of secret technique was that? How could it be so easily refined by the young Sky Emperor? Also, why didn't you use it earlier? You almost scared the old ancestor to death. The Golden Vermilion Bird was extremely dissatisfied. Yi Fei bitterly smiled when he heard this. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but that he didn't expect the Azura Blood Destroyer to be able to restrain the young Sky Emperor's incarnation. At the same time, Yi Fei looked at his neck. There was a strange crystal fragment that flickered with an extremely weak light. This fragment happened to be the last fragment of the Godhead that the ancient God's corpse spirit had given him. Just now, it was this fragment that had suddenly flickered, reminding Yi Fei to use the ancient God's golden body and Azura Blood Destroyer. Yi Fei. Chapter 2779. Fortunately, Yi Fei would never force himself to think about things that he couldn't figure out. However, after this trip to the Great Void, Yi Fei had a deeper understanding of a principle. If he wanted to truly control his own destiny, he had to become stronger first. Thinking, Yi Fei looked at the blood bead in his hand. This was the blood bead he had left behind after refining the young, celestial emperor's bloodline incarnation using the Azura blood. It flickered with shocking bloodline fluctuations. A grade 12 bloodline. Yi Fei jumped in fright when he sensed the grade of the bloodline contained in the blood bead. This drop of blood could create a peerless genius. The young celestial emperor's terrifying strength was evident. It's a pity that my bloodline has already broken through to grade 12. This blood bead is no longer useful to me. Yi Fei shook his head regretfully. But when the Golden Vermilion Bird heard this, it craned its neck and looked over, clearly coveting the power of this blood bead. Then, Yi Fei saw that as soon as he spoke, its long beak was already pecking at the blood bead in his hand impatiently. Little Yi, if you don't want it, don't waste it. I will reluctantly accept it for you. Before the Golden Vermilion Bird could finish speaking, a large black mouth suddenly squeezed in from the side of its beak. Then, it saw the dragon turtle hurriedly swallow the blood bead that Yi Fei didn't want with a pained expression. Dregs! The Golden Vermilion Bird was so angry that its feathers stood on end. It had finally found an opportunity to shamelessly take a bite out of the bead. However, a large black tortoise had appeared halfway and suddenly dared to snatch the food from its beak. Black Fatty, the patriarch and you are irreconcilable. The Golden Vermilion Bird wanted to fight the Dragon Turtle on the spot. However, the Dragon Turtle returned to Xiao Qiao's side after taking a bite out of the black beak. It looked like it was protecting its master loyally. The Golden Vermilion Bird was so angry that it almost vomited blood on the spot. Yi Fei hurriedly pretended not to see anything and turned his head to look at the void in front of him. Then, the light door had not disappeared. After the young celestial emperor's incarnation was accidentally refined by Yi Fei, a stone man slowly walked out of the light door after a long while. He looked at Yi Fei with a strange expression and said, "Congratulations on passing the celestial emperor's test. According to the agreement, this soul crystal is yours." The Golden Vermilion Bird, which was still squabbling with the Dragon Turtle, immediately let out a joyous cry and fiercely pounced toward the soul crystal. The Golden Vermilion Bird was secretly observing the Dragon Turtle's every move with extreme vigilance, only to see the Dragon Turtle squatting lazily on the ground and working very hard to refine the blood beads in its body. It had no intention of continuing to attack the vermilion bird. The golden vermilion bird was extremely shocked. Could it be that this black bastard has changed? I know, this black bastard must be playing hard to get. He wants to wait for the patriarch to let down his guard before taking a bite out of it. The patriarch will not be fooled. The golden vermilion bird hurriedly stopped and stared at the dragon turtle, as if it was guarding against a thief. However, it did not notice that there was already a little girl beside it. Her hair was tied up in pigtails. She took a step forward and pounced on the soul crystal at a speed faster than the dragon turtle. She took a bite out of the soul crystal with a happy expression on her little face. The golden vermilion bird was extremely sad. It immediately slammed its beak into the ground. Why was I so stupid? Why was I so stupid? It was only concerned about guarding against the dragon turtle's attack. It did not expect that Xiao Chao was the most interested in that stone. Yifei hurriedly pretended not to see anything and continued to look at the stone man. Senior, other than the soul crystal, are there no other rewards? Of course there are. Those who enter the wizard suppression pagoda and pass the test will be promoted to the half-ancestor realm. Those who defeat the celestial emperor will also receive an ancient divine blood lotus. As for you, if you defeat the celestial emperor, you will also receive the celestial emperor's protection. However, you still have to go through tests. The stone man looked coldly at Yifei. He was from a stone tribe who followed the celestial emperor. However, Yifei killed the celestial emperor's incarnation. The stone man naturally did not have a good expression. Only Yifei did not care about the stone man's attitude. It was fine as long as he could obtain the reward. Then may I ask, Senior, what other test do I have to go through? It's very simple. I'll give you 10 days to break through to the half-ancestor realm. If you succeed, you will receive the reward. If you fail, you will not receive the celestial emperor's reward. Do you dare? The stone man looked at Yifei provocatively. In truth, there was no such test in the wizard suppression pagoda. He was only unhappy that Yifei killed the celestial emperor's incarnation. That was why the stone man wanted to teach Yifei a small lesson and deliberately increase the difficulty for Yifei. At this moment, Yifei did not know this. Even though he felt that the stone man was targeting him for the sake of obtaining the reward, Yifei still nodded decisively and said, Senior, please enlighten me. Humph, as expected, someone who bites off more than he can chew and overestimates his own abilities. It looks like this person was only able to defeat Master's incarnation because he was lucky enough to obtain the Azura demon tribe's secret technique. The stone man shook his head coldly. The gaze he looked at Yifei with became even more unfriendly. He could not be bothered to continue speaking to Yifei. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yifei into a strange world. You can only stay here for 10 days. The stone man's tone was cold. Entering the celestial emperor blood pool again, Yifei smiled bitterly. It looked like the stone man did not have a good impression of him. If only that lowly stone was here. Inexplicably, Yifei thought of something and hurriedly suppressed this thought. He was already working hard to cultivate in this blood pool. Unlike the previous blood pools, which increased bloodline power, this blood pool increased Yifei's cultivation level. Yifei only now did Yifei realize that different celestial emperors' origins had different uses. But why would the same celestial emperor have two different celestial emperors' origins? Yifei could not help but be puzzled. The golden vermilion bird said angrily, Stupid bird, isn't this simple? The two celestial emperors are not the same person. The attributes of their origins are naturally different. These two blood pools were probably created by this ancient celestial emperor. He killed his enemies and turned their origins into this blood pool. The golden vermilion bird's words made Yifei's hair stand on end. However, he nodded inwardly. If not for this, the Great Void would not be so dangerous. Even the Holy Region's sects did not dare to openly occupy it. Instead, they would gather the geniuses of the 9 great sects every once in a while and send them to their deaths to collect the key to the celestial demon palace. On the surface, this trip to the Great Void is to select the most outstanding disciples of the 9 great sects. However, in reality, it is filled with bloody schemes and uses. As Yifei thought about this, he silently cultivated. As he cultivated, the Celestial Emperor's origins surged into his body like raging waves. Huh! At that moment, Yifei sensed that a seal within him was beginning to collapse. At the same time, a wave of sword intent fluctuations came out of his spatial belt, which was filled with joy. Yes. Chapter 2780. Indestructible Sword Token. Absorb. Absorb as much as you can. Yifei's heart calmed down. Within 10 days, if he wanted to refine enough Heavenly Emperor's origin with his own strength, there might be some problems. However, with the Indestructible Sword Token, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor's blood pool could not only raise one's cultivation level, but could also break the seal. This made Yifei extremely happy. Besides the Indestructible Sword Token, Yifei thought about it and decided to release the Divine Ghost Cauldron as well. Behind him, it formed two forms, one cauldron and one sword. At the same time, it started to absorb and refine the Heavenly Emperor's blood pool. Seeing Yifei take action, the dragon turtle immediately rushed into the blood pool and began to use the blood pool to constantly refine the power of the blood bead. As the blood bead's power continued to be devoured, the dragon turtle's bloodline level began to soar crazily. From a 9th grade demon dragon bloodline, it rose all the way to 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade. Roar! When the dragon turtle's bloodline rose to the 12th grade, the demon dragon bloodline of the dragon turtle suddenly underwent a special change. A strange aura of a divine dragon was emitted from the dragon turtle's body. Even the dragon turtle himself was startled. The golden vermilion bird was heartbroken and felt that it was unfair. This bastard did not do anything, but he took advantage of me. I worked like a horse but didn't get anything in return. Hiss, hiss, it's good that I didn't kill you. You want to get benefits. The void serpent spirit sneered. What it needed was the bloodline and not the origin. Therefore, it could only stare and wait for Yifei to give it the promised 5% of blood chi. Its mood could only be described as bitter. Naturally, it couldn't let the golden vermilion bird have it easy. However, the void serpent spirit wasn't done mocking him. Seeing that the dragon turtle's bloodline seemed to have become even more beautiful after being upgraded, Xiao Qiao cheered and threw the soul crystal that he was holding to the side. Then, he happily ran over and hugged the dragon turtle and began to roll around. He looked very happy. The golden vermilion bird's eyes lit up when it saw that Xiao Qiao didn't want the soul crystal anymore. It sneaked a glance at Yifei, but Yifei pretended to close his eyes and didn't see anything. Only then did the golden vermilion bird put down its pride and hurriedly picked up the soul crystal that Xiao Qiao didn't want. It swallowed it and began to refine it like crazy. Following the refinement of the soul crystal, the golden vermilion bird's bald tail and wings finally grew dazzling, flaming feathers. The golden vermilion bird was so excited that tears began to flow from its eyes. I've grown feathers. I've finally grown feathers. Yifei felt his hair stand on end when he heard that sorrowful tone of his. But then, he was filled with joy. With the dual absorption of the Indestructible Sword Token and the Divine Ghost Cauldron, Yifei had not only accumulated a large amount of the Celestial Emperor's source energy that he could use slowly in the future, but at the same time, he had finally obtained enough energy to break through to the peak of the Divine Lord Realm. Yifei immediately used this energy to break through the martial path shackles in his body. In an instant, he stepped into the peak of the Divine Lord Realm, which was the half-progenitor realm. Half-progenitor realm, half-progenitor realm, which was the half-progenitor of Renzu. As long as I can take another step forward and comprehend the Tao heart, I will be able to step into the true Renzu realm in an instant. Yifei's heart was filled with excitement. The Renzu realm was a realm that billions of martial artists dreamed of but couldn't break through in their lifetime. And this realm was already right in front of Yifei's eyes. That's right. I heard that if I defeat the young Celestial Emperor, I can also obtain an ancient god blood lotus. Suddenly, Yi Fei thought of something and became even more excited. Ancient God Blood Lotus. He had seen the ancient God Blood Lotus in the Chu Empire's imperial mausoleum. Back then, Lu Mohan had mobilized so many people to plot against the Chu Empire for the ancient God Blood Lotus and had nearly succeeded. Senior 8-armed monster dragon once said that the ancient God Blood Lotus is also divided into grades. Back in the Chu Empire's imperial mausoleum, I obtained a king grade blood lotus. I wonder what grade of blood lotus I will obtain in the Great Void this time. Yi Fei's heart was filled with anticipation. At this moment, the stone man's cold voice came from outside. 10 days have passed. Yi Fei, are you still not coming out? As he shouted, the stone man sneered in his heart. To absorb enough celestial emperor's source energy to break through to the half-progenitor realm in 10 days was extremely difficult. The stone man was already looking forward to the moment when Yi Fei walked out dejectedly and begged for more time. At that time, he would definitely teach Yi Fei a harsh lesson. Beto the stone men, the celestial emperor, was their stone tribe's god. As for Yi Fei, he dared to kill the celestial emperor's clone. This was a great disrespect to the god. Naturally, he had to be taught a lesson. Blood in the pool. Yi Fei could not help but feel a little angry when he heard that the stone man had come to urge him before the time was up. What's wrong with this stone man? I didn't offend him. Why is he always targeting me? Yi Fei was very unhappy. However, the celestial emperor's reward was still in the stone man's hands. Yi Fei temporarily suppressed his anger and walked out with Xiao Chao, the dragon turtle, and the golden vermilion bird. Clang, seeing Yi Fei dragging his family into the blood pool, the stone man's face darkened. He unhappily asked, 10 days have passed. Kid, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. 10 days for you to break through to the half-progenitor realm. If you can't break through, then the reward, Senior, there's no need to wait for 10 days. It's just the half-progenitor realm. I've already broken through. Yi Fei's face was stern. Suddenly, a wave of half-progenitor realm aura blasted towards the stone man. The stone man did not move at all. He was like a divine rock that calmed the sea. However, his stone eyes looked at Yi Fei in a daze. Half-progenitor realm. Ordinary, peerless geniuses need at least 20 days to break through. 20 days. Yi Fei's anger soared to the sky. He looked at the stone man furiously. Senior, you're not deliberately tricking me, right? A bunch of nonsense. As a tribe guarded by the celestial emperor, how can we do such a despicable thing? I'm here to tell you that if you can't break through in 10 days, then I'll make an exception and give you another 10 days. The stone man's face was red. Clearly, he did not know how to lie. Compared to a certain lowly stone, he was simply a natural, honest person. Yi Fei also saw through him, but did not expose him. He continued to ask, Senior, what about my reward? Ha here. The celestial emperor really saw our loyalty and ordered us to guard this place. Here, this is your reward for defeating the celestial emperor. A 13-grade divine grade ancient divine blood lotus. This blood lotus was watered with the celestial emperor's blood essence and is extremely precious. When you refine it, when you break through to Renzu, it will allow you to possess a divine grade Tao heart. Also, this is the celestial emperor's decree. Once you use it, you can obtain the celestial emperor's protection and summon the celestial emperor's projection to help you kill your enemies. However, you can only use the celestial emperor's decree 3 times. You'd better use it carefully. The stone man took out another decree and handed it to Yi Fei. Yi Fei's mind shook violently. He had thought that as the first person to kill the celestial emperor's projection, his reward would definitely be generous. However, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. Chapter 2781. Heroes of the Stone. After obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's decree, Yi Fei finally felt more confident. He cupped his fists towards the stone man and said solemnly, Senior, I have one more thing to ask. Now that the light bridge to the ancient golden road has been broken, what will happen to those who remain in the blood-colored battlefield? You're talking about these people? The stone man coldly raised his hand and sliced through the void. A crystal steel appeared in the void, and the scene of the blood-colored battlefield was displayed on it. Although these people have lost the opportunity to step onto the ancient golden road, we will give them a corresponding reward according to the number of battle suits they obtain. You don't have to worry about this. As for you, you can still stay in the Wizard Suppression Pagoda for 20 days. After 20 days, you can leave the pagoda and leave the Great Void. Yi Fei was very depressed. Through the stone man's words, he had already determined that he should be able to cultivate in the Heavenly Emperor's blood pool for 30 days. However, he did not know how he had offended the stone man, but it was purposely reduced to 10 days. However, it's fortunate that the Heavenly Emperor's blood pool here can still release the seals on treasures. Otherwise, without the indestructible sword token, I really don't have the confidence to break through to the half-martial ancestor realm in 10 days. I can only turn around and beg this stupid stone man. Yi Fei was unhappy, but his face revealed an incomparably honest smile. He looked at the stone man and said, "Senior, may I ask if your stone tribe is still accepting people? Don't be nervous. I just happen to know 2 stone spirits who have a great affinity with your stone tribe. Their talents, according to the standards of our human tribe, are at the level of peerless geniuses." "Why? Are there still stone spirits outside now?" The stone man could not help but be curious. Yi Fei did not say anything. He had already displayed the stone puppet and the large green stone's image through the memory sorcery technique. The stone man's stone eyes immediately revealed a very shocked expression. That green stone spirit seems to be a Tao comprehension stone, and the one holding the war hammer seems to be made of a very strange stone. It seems to be a very rare 9 nether soul stone. These 2 stone essences are indeed the heroes of the stone. The stone man stood with his sword behind his back. His face was full of admiration. On a bustling street somewhere in Qingzhou, there were 2 Shurtu. As they walked, they painted themselves as they walked towards the best restaurant in the city. Seeing this, the boss of the restaurant was extremely nervous. "Sirs, our culinary skills are limited. We really can't make anything that you can eat." The stone puppet that was painting was furious. "What? Are you looking down on me? Do you know that even that demon lord he has to respectfully call me second master when he sees me?" The large blue stone was especially angry. It had already transformed into a human form and was about to start beating people up. At this moment, from the other side of the restaurant came the sweet voice of a few girls. "Sir, come in and play." The stone puppet and the large blue stone shuddered. Without saying a word, they angrily brushed a bucket of paint on their faces and involuntarily walked toward the tall building on the other side. Fortunately, Yi Fei and the stone man didn't know about this. Otherwise, Yi Fei reckoned that the stone man would immediately draw his sword and chop him to death. However, the image that Yi Fei had evolved from his memory was naturally the most glorious and mighty image of the stone puppet and the large blue stone. This image was highly regarded by the stone man. He made a decision in his heart and said emotionally, "Since they're also stone spirits, take this token and pass it to them. Also, tell them that if they are willing to enter the Great Void, the stone tribe will always welcome them." "Senior, don't worry. I will definitely pass on the token and the message." Yi Fei was very satisfied. According to Di Fan and Fu Renjia, ever since the stone puppet and the large blue stone came from the Earth domain to Qingzhou, they had disgusted many people, especially the large blue stone. Perhaps it was because it had been bullied by Xiao Chao in the true martial sacred courtyard, but now it told everyone that it was its second uncle. Yi Fei had heard about it long ago and decided to throw these 2 stones into the Great Void to bring disaster to the stone tribe. When the stone puppet and the large blue stone entered the stone tribe, not only would they be able to cultivate, but they would also be able to solve the cultivation problems of the other stone puppets of the 6 Paths Sacred Sects. This could be considered Yi Fei's repayment to the 6 Paths Sacred Sects of the Earth domain. Moreover, there are even greater benefits for the stone puppet and the large blue stone in the Great Void. However, these benefits required the stone puppet and the large blue stone to gain a firm foothold in the stone tribe. Yifei naturally wouldn't say it out loud at this time. Instead, he took advantage of the little time he had left to sit down cross-legged and begin to consolidate his half-martial ancestor realm. The stone man with the sword on his back also nodded inwardly. Although luck played a large part in this kid defeating the Celestial Emperor, such a hard-working cultivation heart is rare. Also, even though I deliberately targeted him, he was still able to let bygones be bygones and work hard to recommend Shizhong to me. Thinking about it, I really feel guilty. With this guilt, the stone man with the sword on his back finally found Yifei pleasing to the eye. However, he didn't know that when he heard that Yifei wanted to introduce the stone puppet and the large blue stone to the stone tribe, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle looked at the stone man with incomparable sympathy. The dragon turtle could even imagine the peaceful stone tribe in the future becoming chaotic everywhere. Only the golden vermilion bird wasn't familiar with these two stone spirits. Based on Yifei's words and the images in Yifei's memories, he was able to deduce that these two stones were extraordinary. He immediately cursed Yifei in his heart. Stupid bird, these two stone spirits are so powerful, but you didn't nurture them yourself. Instead, you let an outsider take advantage of them. This Yifei looks smart, but he's actually stupid to death. What a stupid bird. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The golden vermilion bird simply squatted on the dragon turtle's head and continued to refine the soul crystal he swallowed, constantly restoring his vermilion bird true spirit. As his true spirit was restored, the golden vermilion bird's cultivation rose steadily. Soon, he went from Divine Lord to Rinzhu, and then from Rinzhu to Quasi-Emperor. If he continued to recover at this speed, it wouldn't be long before the golden vermilion bird was restored to the powerful vermilion bird ancient emperor. Yifei and the dragon turtle were both secretly shocked. However, when they thought of the golden vermilion bird's soul crystal that was still in Xiao Qiao's hands, Yifei quickly let go of his worries and continued to cultivate diligently. At the same time, in another space of the Wizard Suppression Pagoda, Chen Xiaoyao, who was dressed in white, had a happy smile on his face. Young Sky Emperor, although I can't kill you, I can defeat you. The young Sky Emperor faintly smiled, not at all dejected by his defeat. Instead, he revealed a deep smile. Congratulations, you are the 55th person to defeat this Emperor's incarnation. Unfortunately, you are still a little lacking. If you had entered 10 years later, perhaps you would have become the first person to kill my incarnation. The young Sky Emperor's incarnation slowly disappeared. Chen Xiaoyao's calm face revealed a hint of surprise. There were 52 people who defeated the Sky Emperor before. A total of 52 people. Including me, there are only 53 people. So, which two of them defeated the Sky Emperor? Was it Lu Mohan or Hu Qingwu? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Chen Xiaoyao's mind. I didn't expect that there would be 3 people who defeated the Sky Emperor's incarnation this time. Among the 3, I'm one. Chen Xiaoyao is another. Then, could the last one be Yifei? Chapter 2782. Outside the Great Void City, many experts had gathered. The weakest were demi-ancestor guards, and there were also Rinzhu-level elders. The stronger ones were demi-emperors and even real ancient emperors. They stood in the void and watched the huge fluctuations in the Great Void anxiously. These fluctuations had already lasted for 20 days. During this period, the powerful vicious beasts that were entrenched in the Great Void were constantly alarmed. They rushed out of the Great Void, wanting to escape. While for the safety of the geniuses who had entered the Great Void, the warriors gathered outside the city did their best to block the attacks of these vicious beasts. Regarding this, a certain ancient emperor of the sanctuary who had specially rushed over from the sanctuary was very dissatisfied. He was high and mighty, like an emperor. He stood on the broken city walls of the Great Void City and shouted angrily, "Block them! You must block them! The ancient gods have ordered that no living creature is to be released. Even if it's a mouse, if you let it go, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Bastard, your ancient gods of the sanctuary caused trouble in the Great Void, and now you're chasing us over to clean up your mess." The eight-armed demon dragon's eyes flashed with strong dissatisfaction. Although he was an ancient god battle pet of the Dragon Rising sect, the ancient emperor of the sanctuary did not give him any face. He ordered him and Yinglong to be the main vanguard to fight against the vicious beasts that were trying to rush out of the Great Void. These vicious beasts included monarchs, demi-ancestors, and even powerful ancient emperors. They were mixed in and wanted to rush out of the Great Void in fear. At this time, anyone who tried to stop these vicious beasts would cause the vicious beasts to go crazy. This was destined to be a bloody battle. Every moment, there were warriors dying in the mouths of the vicious beasts. However, there were more people who continued to charge forward. It was the ancient emperor of the sanctuary. As a powerful sect that ruled the 9 domains of the heaven realm, no one or any force would easily offend the sanctuary. For this trip to the Great Void, many forces had sent their most outstanding juniors into the Great Void, hoping to nurture a few of the strongest geniuses. If these ferocious beasts were allowed to rush out of the Great Void and destroy the Great Void City, then these juniors would definitely be trapped in the depths of the Great Void and be wiped out. Therefore, even if they knew that the sanctuary was using them as cannon fodder, the 8-armed winged Yinglong and the ancient emperors of the other 9 sects gritted their teeth and rushed to the front lines. Also relied on the concerted effort of many ancient emperors. Boom! We have to stop them. The ancient emperor muttered. We, and the ancient emperor of the sanctuary muttered to himself. Although he said he was going to stop them, he still led a group of subordinates and stood on the city wall to watch the show. He had no intention of doing anything. At the same time, he looked coldly at the huge teleportation gate in the city. This light gate was called the Gate of the Great Void. Any cultivator who entered the Great Void and went through the trial would eventually be received by the Sure tribe and return to the Great Void City through the Gate of the Great Void. Today was the day that many young geniuses returned to the Great Void City. It was also the time when the vicious beasts of the Great Void attacked with the most ferocity. Roar! In the darkness of the Great Void, there were constant roars that reverberated. Many ancient emperors were shaken, and their hearts were in turmoil. Needless to say, this was the roar of an ancient god. Could it be that ancient god-level vicious beasts were born in the Great Void? Was that why the sanctuary sects and ancient gods joined forces to suppress them? Many of the ancient emperors in the battle had this thought in their minds. At this moment, layers of starlight suddenly appeared in the Great Void. These starlight ignored the battle between the vicious beasts of the Great Void and the many powerful cultivators and directly projected onto the Gate of the Great Void in the city. The entire Gate of the Great Void constantly flickered with white light. Young divine lords, who had survived the calamity, walked out of the door of light. However, they all had dejected expressions. They were failures who had failed to embark on the path of inheritance. They were also the group that was least valued. If it had been in the Great Void in the past, the sanctuary sects would not have even looked at these people. However, at this moment, as they appeared, a large group of subordinates of the sanctuary sects immediately rushed forward to check on these people. If they were suspicious, they would directly search their souls. This immediately caused a huge commotion. After all, these young Sir Gods were all geniuses from their respective regions. Even if they had suffered a huge setback in the Great Void, they would not tolerate having their souls searched. Standing. At this moment, many people started to make a ruckus. However, their ruckus was quickly suppressed. All the troublemakers were killed. What was even more tragic was that many of their elders were outside the city, bathed in blood and fighting to protect them. However, they did not know that while they were fighting, their juniors were being treated unfairly. In the end, these geniuses could only endure the humiliation and accept their fate. Bye. The ancient emperors of the sanctuary sects had already said that not only them, but anyone who had entered the Great Void and came out alive would also be checked, regardless of whether they were failures or those who had already entered the path of the trial. while the path of the trial was the ancient path of inheritance. It was just that the sanctuary sects had changed the name in order to hide the fact that there was a powerful sky emperor's inheritance in the Great Void. However, no matter how much they tried to hide, they could not change the fact that the sanctuary sects were tyrannical. Not only did these failures have to be checked, but those who had entered the path of inheritance were also controlled after being teleported out. They had to wait for the sanctuary sects to check on them. This once again caused many geniuses to be dissatisfied. However, these dissatisfied geniuses were quickly suppressed by the experts of the sanctuary sects. However, they were not directly killed like the previous batch. By these geniuses were actually able to enter the path of inheritance. They were the backbone of many forces. No matter how overbearing the ancient emperors of the sanctuary sects were, they could not be too ruthless. Everyone, listen up. No matter who you are or which force you come from, you have to be checked by us. If anyone resists, they will be killed without mercy. The ancient emperors of the sanctuary sects' cold voice resounded in the huge martial arts arena. This voice also caused the faces of D-Fan and the others who had just walked out to change drastically. As the golden path had been interrupted, although they did not step onto the final golden path, they still received the corresponding compensation. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the battle armor, the greater the compensation. For example, everyone would receive a silver-grade battle armor, which could allow them to break through to the half-ancestor realm, or a powerful Great Void mystique that could be passed down to their descendants as a clan treasure. These things were their secrets, and they did not want to be found out. Even more. Chapter 2783. What should we do? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the Great Void this time. Fu Renjia said, in frustration. D-Fan's eyes flashed coldly as he said, Now, we can only wait for Yi Fei and that group of supreme prodigies to come out. If these people are willing to join forces to oppose us, there is still a chance for us to turn things around. Yes, we still have Yi Fei and that group of supreme prodigies. Wu Yu's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. His words were quickly heard by the other young Sir Gods who were panicking. Instantly, the previously panicking crowd was completely stirred up. You're only checking on us. What kind of ability is it to search our souls? If you have the ability, search the souls of Demon Yi and that group of supreme prodigies. Do you dare to do it? Many young prodigies roared angrily. Hearing this, the ancient emperor of the holy region's face darkened. He turned to ask a quasi-emperor beside him, Who is this Demon Yi? Elder, we just searched his soul and found out that there seems to be a dark horse called Yi Fei in the Great Void this time. His abilities are comparable to Lu Mohan's, and he seems to have entered the final ancient golden road. The quasi-emperor bowed and said. The ancient emperor of the holy region was immediately interested. He muttered to himself with a smile, Lu Mohan seems to be a supreme prodigy that Imperial Sky has focused on grooming. This Yi Fei's abilities are comparable to Lu Mohan's, so he is somewhat talented. However, the more such a person is, the more we have to check on him. The higher-ups said that the corpse spirit can take on a myriad of forms. Not only can it transform into vicious beasts, but it is also possible that it can transform into a person and hide in the crowd. Elder, you mean? The quasi-emperor asked cautiously. Not only must we check on Yi Fei, but we must also check on everyone who has stepped onto the ancient golden road. The ancient emperor of the holy region's eyes flashed coldly. The ancient god corpse spirit incident this time was no small matter. No mistakes could be made. Hearing this, the quasi-emperor no longer had any scruples. He walked over and started to check on the warriors who had stepped onto the path of inheritance. This immediately caused an even greater uproar. Emperor Fan and the others' faces changed drastically. Although there were many people who entered the Great Void this time, only 10,000 of them could come out alive. With such a number of people, it wouldn't be long before it was their turn. If Yi Fei doesn't come out, or if we can't stop them from searching his soul, then we can only take the risk and break out. D-Fan and Fu Renjia looked at each other. They were both proud and arrogant people. How could they allow others to search their souls and expose all their secrets. Di Fan and the others were not the only ones who had such thoughts. People from other regions also had different thoughts. However, the ancient emperor of the sanctuary sect was extremely cunning. He had purposely forced everyone outside the sanctuary sect to fend off the great void stage beasts. He had lured them away from the great void stage beasts. Then, he calmly controlled the young geniuses present and searched their souls. As a result, even though many of them wanted to fight back, they didn't have the strength to do so. They could only be slaughtered by the Saint Domain sections. They were even forced to reveal all of their secrets. This is even an ordinary warrior would find it hard to accept such humiliation, let alone these geniuses from different areas. However, Yi Fei didn't know about all of this. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Negative the sword golem also appeared again. He looked at Yi Fei and said, "Kid, your time in the Great Void is up. If you want to obtain more power, when you are strong enough, you can use the ancient token in your hand to enter the more powerful celestial demon palace. Everything you want will be there." Boom. Speak. After that, the golem waved his hand. The light of teleportation appeared under Yi Fei's feet. Then, Yi Fei felt that he had left the wizard suppression pagoda and left the dark and mysterious great void. Clang! When he could see clearly again, he realized that he had passed through a huge void door and returned to the teleportation platform of the Great Void City. On this platform, Yi Fei also saw Chen Xiaoyao, Feng Yun, Lu Mohan, and the others. However, compared to when they entered the Great Void, these people's auras were stronger. Yi Fei. Shanghua bounced over, looking more lively. She blinked her eyes and looked at Yi Fei. There was a more familiar aura, and her cultivation level had increased to the half-ancestor realm. This made Yi Fei's heart skip a beat, and he was about to ask her. Boom! Far suddenly, there was a violent dark force fluctuation in the open space. There were people fighting in the Great Void City. After taking a closer look, Yi Fei was even more shocked. Battle. The person fighting was actually Di Fan. Here at this moment, although Di Fan didn't enter the ancient Golden Road, Di Fan also received a lot of compensation from the Stone Tribe based on his gains in the Blood-Red battlefield. This compensation made Di Fan's battle strength even stronger. The mighty sage aura shocked the ancient emperor of the Holy Region sect. No, although he was shocked, as the ancient emperor of the Holy Region, he disdained to attack Junior Monarch God. Instead, he ordered the quasi-emperor of the Holy Region to suppress Di Fan. However, he didn't expect that after seeing someone take the lead, a large group of people who were not afraid of death jumped out from behind Di Fan and joined forces to attack the quasi-emperor of the Holy Region. This immediately made the quasi-emperor of the Holy Region furious. He immediately unleashed his full strength and continuously attacked heavily. The ones who attacked were by Shi Zhong, Wu Yu, and many other geniuses of the family Zhuang. As well as other dissatisfied geniuses, they were all seriously injured and fell to the ground. When Yi Fei walked out of the gate of the Great Void, he happened to see this scene. He was very shocked. Quasi-Emperor? Isn't this Great Void City only accessible to monarchs? That was before the trip to the Great Void began. After the trip to the Great Void ended, warriors of any cultivation level could enter this city. And this quasi-emperor who attacked should be from the sects of the Holy Region. Shanghua stood beside Yi Fei and explained with a solemn expression. Yi Fei also had a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. He knew that once the trip to the Great Void ended, the sects of the Holy Region would take away the keys to enter the Fairy Devil Palace from them. But even so, the sects of the Holy Region should be targeting the legendary geniuses like them. Why would they have a conflict with Di Fan and the others? And, looking at the crowd on the ground, besides familiar faces like by Shi Zhong and Wu Yu, there were also many unfamiliar warriors who were fighting side by side with Di Fan. Only, as the quasi-emperor of the Holy Region attacked more and more people who were seriously injured, among the remaining 10,000 geniuses, there was basically no one who dared to help Di Fan and the others. And, as the number of reinforcements decreased, the attacks of the quasi-emperor of the Holy Region became fiercer and fiercer. He even vaguely targeted Di Fan and shouted angrily, "You were the one who started the trouble just now. Seeing that you are a natural saint, I will give you one last chance. Kneel on the ground and surrender, and I will spare your life." Di Fan's expression was very resolute, and there was a faint layer of strange holy fire burning behind him. In this world, there are only saints who die in battle, and there are no cowards who surrender. Chapter 2784. A powerful attack. This quasi-emperor is truly enraged. That sage brat is probably going to die. The strength of the quasi-emperor of the Saint Realm had completely shaken the resolve of many prodigies to resist. After all, young divine monarchs who could enter the Great Void stage were all the strongest youths in their respective regions. Furthermore, they were often able to defeat stronger opponents and even surpass realms to kill their enemies. However, even if they joined forces, they were still unable to defeat this quasi-emperor of the Saint Realm. Furthermore, the real ancient emperor of the Saint Realm had yet to make a move. How were they going to fight this battle? No matter how they looked at it, they were definitely going to lose. "Brother, we can't win. Let's not fight anymore. Take care of yourself." As the quasi-emperor of the Saint Realm was determined to kill, several powerful prodigies who were still fighting side by side with Di Fan decisively retreated. They did not dare to continue fighting. Di Fan's expression did not change at all. He was serious as he displayed his strongest move. Even at the last moment, he would not compromise or give up. Seeing this scene and feeling Di Fan's determination, even the quasi-emperor of the Saint Realm was moved. You have a strong backbone. However, no matter how strong your backbone is, it cannot overcome the difference in realms. Boom! Boom! The quasi-emperor of the Saint Realm slammed his palm down. Before it even got close, the powerful palm wind had already caused Di Fan to bleed from the corner of his mouth and his body to sway. Many people who saw this scene could not help but close their eyes. They did not want to see Di Fan die a tragic death. Boom! Another explosion resounded through the entire void. Everyone opened their eyes in shock. They realized that Di Fan did not die a tragic death. Instead, a young man in a purple-gold-black robe appeared in front of Di Fan. He used a black cauldron to block the attack of the quasi-emperor of the Saint Realm. The person who had made a move was naturally Yi Fei. Di Fan was his friend and an old friend who had walked out of the Earth domain together. Even if he was facing a quasi-emperor of a Saint Realm sect, Yi Fei would definitely not let anything happen to Di Fan. "Good job, Di Fan. Leave everything here to me." Yi Fei looked coldly at the saint-level quasi-emperor in front of him. The ghost deity cauldron in his hand shook violently, and the saint-level quasi-emperor was forced to retreat continuously. A look of shock appeared on his face. Di Fan heaved a sigh of relief, then nodded and smiled. "Finally, you appeared. Be careful, don't die." "Don't worry, I won't die before you surpass me." Yi Fei laughed, but there was no smile on his face. Instead, there was a deep anger. When Di Fan was attacked, he saw Wu Yu, Ji Feng, Bai Shizhong, and Fu Renjie all lying on the ground with serious injuries. He also saw Bai Yanran and Chu Ling. Their breaths were weak, and their red lips were stained with blood. Immense anger filled Yi Fei's heart. At this moment, he no longer cared about who was in front of him. The ghost deity cauldron let out a ghostly howl. Cauldron after cauldron smashed fiercely towards the saint-level quasi-emperor like a storm. The saint-level quasi-emperor's face was filled with anger and humiliation. "Who are you? Who gave you the guts to go against a saint-level sect? You evil creature. Noisy? Get lost." Boom, boom, boom. The ghost deity cauldron floated in the air, suppressing the void. At the same time, Yi Fei's hands suddenly formed a terrifying seal of life and death. It was as if there were many heavens of death in front of him. Zhang Wangu, who had been hiding in the crowd since Yi Fei's appearance, suddenly turned pale. It's the seal of life and death. He has comprehended the complete seal of life and death. That's right. During the 20 days in the Wizard Suppression Pagoda, Yi Fei had not been idle. Instead, he had comprehended the young sky emperor's seal of life and death. When this seal was completed, it could form 24 heavens of death. When these heavens were combined, even the saint-level quasi-emperor could not withstand it. He vomited blood and was forced to retreat. Then, he rolled on the ground again. The martial artists present were in an uproar. Who would have thought that the saint-level quasi-emperor, who was so powerful just a moment ago, would be so weak in front of this black-robed youth? Di Fan and Fu Renjie were even more depressed. Yi Fei, will he die if he doesn't become a monster? What? Yi Fei, you are the legendary Demon King Yi. You are also a peerless genius. The saint-level quasi-emperor's words shocked the martial artists present. Di Fan and the others looked at Yi Fei in shock. However, after thinking about it, who else could be a quasi-emperor as a half-ancestor? Who else could it be other than a peerless genius? Yi Fei has actually broken through to the level of a peerless genius. In the crowd, many of the martial artists who had cooperated with the three ancient nations to kill Yi Fei suddenly felt a chill enveloping their bodies. They could not help but tremble slightly. The saint-level ancient emperor, who was standing far away with his hands clasped behind his back, fiercely stared at Yi Fei. It is indeed a 12th grade bloodline. It seems that the Rising Dragon sect has produced a talent this time. However, you should not have interfered with the affairs of the saint-level ancient emperor. Not only you, but all the other peerless geniuses present must be interrogated by this old man. I will even search their souls. No one could be left out. The saint-level ancient emperor's words were resolute and unquestionable. Hearing this, not only was Yi Fei shocked, but the other martial artists who had walked out of the gate of the Great Void, such as Lu Mohan, Chen Xiaoyao, Feng Yun, and the others, were also shocked. Soul search? This was definitely the biggest taboo for martial artists. After all, to be able to become a peerless genius, which martial artists did not have fortuitous encounters and secrets. And once the soul search was carried out, all these fortuitous encounters and secrets would be presented before the ancient god without reservation. Yi Fei finally understood why Di Fan was so impulsive. Even though he knew that he was no match for the saint-level quasi-emperor, he still wanted to fight to the death. Sorry, I am not an enemy of the saint-level ancient emperor, nor am I a subordinate of the saint-level ancient emperor. You have no right to search my soul. The first person to stand out was actually Feng Yun. Feng Yun had always given people the impression that he was calm and collected. However, at this moment, when he heard that they were going to search his soul, an extremely dangerous aura erupted from Feng Yun. This made many people's expressions turn strange. No one had expected that the saint-level ancient emperor's investigation, this time, would encounter so many obstacles. First, there was Di Fan, the innate saint. Now, there were two other peerless geniuses who stood out to oppose it. Then, people suddenly realized that Feng Yun's appearance was very unfamiliar. Like Yi Fei, he was not one of the 8 peerless geniuses that they were familiar with. Some people even noticed that 2 of the 8 peerless geniuses had not appeared. Shi Jiucheng, who was standing beside Lu Mohan, suddenly said coldly, "Stop looking. Duan Mukai has already been poisoned to death by me. As for how Tai Mucha died, I don't know. However, I think that Yi Fei and Zhang Wangu will definitely know." Zhang Wangu's face was filled with grief. He pointed at Yi Fei and said with incomparable grief, "Tai Mucha was my good friend. He once had a conflict with Yi Fei. Who would have thought that Demon King Yi would be alive, but Brother Tai Mu, my best friend, would be dead?" Chapter 2785. You actually managed to kill Tai Mu Cha? The ancient Regent Emperor's gaze suddenly turned frosty as he looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, a disciple of the Rising Dragon sect, once relied on a divine cauldron to become enemies with Lu Mohan, causing quite a commotion in this city. However, before entering the Great Void, your bloodline was merely at grade 10. However, in just a few short months after entering the Great Void, you were able to kill Tai Mu Cha and step onto the ancient Golden Road. Your bloodline even broke through grade 12. This was the information that the Sacred Realm sects had gathered on Yi Fei. Upon hearing this information, the martialists present were in an uproar. Countless shocked and jealous gazes were cast over. Then, the Sacred Realm Quasi-Emperor, who had been beaten back, shouted, "Elder, there is something wrong with this brat. Not only is there something wrong with him, but he is also very strange. I implore Elder to search his soul." Boom! The Sacred Realm Quasi-Emperor's words shook the hearts of all the martialists present. This time, the Sacred Realm sects were serious. Not only did they want to search the souls of ordinary martialists, but they also wanted to search the souls of exceptional geniuses. What exactly is it that the Sacred Realm sects are placing such importance on him? Chen Xiaoyao couldn't help but change his expression. The only one who was happy was probably Zhang Wangu. Not only had he been defeated by Yi Fei, but he had also been repeatedly humiliated by Yi Fei and Feng Yun. Such a great humiliation made Zhang Wangu want nothing more than to chew the two of them up and swallow them whole. Suddenly, Zhang Wangu pointed at Feng Yun and shouted, "Seniors, I completely agree to search your souls. I am also willing to cooperate with you. However, I hope that we will start with Yi Fei and Feng Yun. Not only do they know each other, but they also suddenly became exceptional geniuses in the Great Void." Wangu's words made everyone's hearts tremble. As an exceptional genius, Zhang Wangu had actually agreed to search Yi Fei's souls. Not to mention Hua Qingwu and the rest. Even Lu Mohan, who had a grudge against Yi Fei, was enraged. Feng Yun's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Unfortunately, this murderous intent was quickly suppressed by the ancient Sacred Emperor's royal aura. The ancient emperor looked gravely at Yi Fei and then at Feng Yun. It seems like there were many accidents during this trip to the Great Void. Don't blame this old man. As long as you cooperate with this old man's soul search, this old man guarantees that he won't reveal your secrets. If your aptitude is good enough, this old man can even make an exception and ask the two ancient gods to accept you as disciples. This was also the compensation that the Saint Domain sects gave to these peerless geniuses. As long as they cooperated with a soul search, they could join the Saint Domain sections. But the prerequisite was that they had to reveal all their secrets. Which was more important? Li Fei's expression turned completely cold. So this is the so-called sacred sects. It seems like there's no point in joining them. A cold glint flashed across Yun's eyes as she coldly said, "I am used to being free. I have no fate with the Holy Regent sect. Chen Xiaoyao, am the same." Chen Xiaoyao actually stood up and objected. The ancient Sacred Emperor's face turned ugly. It seems like this old man's methods are too gentle. You have forgotten how to speak to the sacred sects. Now, kneel down and cooperate with this old man's soul search. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Boom! A terrifying ancient emperor's aura suddenly suppressed Yi Fei. Obviously, this ancient sacred emperor had decided to kill Yi Fei to establish his authority. Furthermore, he had made Yi Fei his target. Emperor, Fan and the others' expressions changed. Bai Yanran and Chu Ling also struggled and shouted, "Yi Fei, don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave." Leave? Where are you going? You can either cooperate with this soul search or die here today. The quasi-emperor of the sacred sects who had been pushed back also looked at Yi Fei with hatred. This made many martialists despair. Were they really going to be bullied by the sacred sects this time? Were they going to lose their secrets? Since you have pushed me too far, don't blame me for being merciless. Yi Fei was furious. Everyone had their own secrets. He didn't want to expose these secrets. More importantly, he didn't want to be humiliated by the sacred sects. Since that was the case, there was only one word left. Fight! A strong fighting spirit appeared on Yi Fei's body. This fighting spirit made all the martialists present tremble. Zhang Wangu said sarcastically, "This EMO must be crazy. He is a half-martial ancestor. How dare he challenge the ancient sacred emperor? If he wins, I, Zhang Wangu, will change my surname to Yi." "Evil creature," since you are so eager to die, this emperor will fulfill your wish." Yi Fei's words completely enraged the ancient sacred emperor. He raised his hand, and a terrifying ancient sacred emperor's divine light shot towards Yi Fei mercilessly. At this moment, Di Fan and the others were so nervous that they broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, a crazed smile appeared on Yi Fei's face. "Ha! Vermilion Bird Patriarch, if you help me kill this old dog, I will return your spirit stone to you. Scum, I don't need you to say anything. I have a score to settle with the sacred sex." Raging flames soared into the sky, and a frightening, evil aura filled the world. The Vermilion Bird Patriarch had been suppressed by the ancient god of the sacred sex, which was why he had ended up like this. Now that his cultivation base had been restored and he had broken free, the Vermilion Bird Patriarch's eyes turned red instantly. Following a long cry that shook the heavens and earth, everyone watched in astonishment as the little red bird, which had been standing on Yi Fei's shoulder, suddenly transformed into a tyrannical vermilion bird spirit that exuded the terrifying might of an ancient sacred emperor. Kill! The moment the vermilion bird spirit appeared, the entire Great Void City seemed to be engulfed in boundless flames that burned fiercely. The ancient sacred emperor who had attacked revealed an extremely shocked expression. "It's you. You are the golden vermilion bird suppressed by the ancestral martial uncle. You actually broke free. It's your grandpa, Vermilion Bird. Die!" Amidst the torrential flames, the golden vermilion bird's wings were like divine swords that could split the heavens and earth. The ancient sacred emperor who had been closing in on Yi Fei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. His head fell to the ground, and only his headless body remained stiff. Then, the entire void was filled with the ferocious cry of the vermilion bird and the enraged roar of the ancient sacred emperor. These two ancient sacred emperors began to fight in the Great Void City. Same as the resentment that had been suppressed for thousands of years caused the golden vermilion bird's might to burn fiercely. Even though the ancient sacred emperor was extremely powerful, he was still forced to retreat in the face of the vermilion bird's sacred vermilion bird flames. In the void, everyone could only see a sea of flames that burned the void and engulfed the ancient sacred emperor. The ancient sacred emperor only lasted for a dozen breaths of time before his entire body was engulfed by the flames. In an instant, he turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Then, Chapter 2786. Scum! 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 The ferocious cry of the golden vermilion bird resounded throughout the entire Great Void City. The vermilion bird spirit, which had regained its cultivation after retrieving the spirit stone, instantly turned into a wild horse and started to wreak havoc in the Great Void City. The sky was filled with flames and flames. Everyone who wore the uniform of the Holy Regent sex became the target of the golden vermilion bird. This frightened the other quasi-emperors of the Holy Regent sex, and they screamed in terror. Some of them begged the ancient gods for help, while others desperately tried to escape from the Great Void City. However, before they could escape, void an even more terrifying and tyrannical cry sounded in the air. Yi Fei was shocked to see dozens of flaming vermilion birds flying out from the golden vermilion bird. These flaming vermilion birds were none other than the vermilion bird true bodies. Each of these vermilion bird true bodies had condensed a flame attack from the golden vermilion bird. However, when these vermilion bird true bodies pounced in all directions, the entire Great Void City was immediately filled with screams of agony. Even the ancient emperor of the Holy Region had been burned alive. The remaining quasi-emperors of the Holy Region did not even have the right to resist. Their bodies had been furiously pecked by the vermilion bird true bodies. Their entire bodies were burned to ashes and scattered in the air. Yi Fei was shocked to realize that the vermilion bird ancestor, who had been abused by him and thrown around like a toy by Xiao Qiao, had such terrifying combat strength. If not for the fact that the vermilion bird ancestor did not have a physical body, and that the vermilion bird spirit happened to be restrained by Xiao Qiao, I probably would not have been able to subdue such a terrifying vermilion bird. Oh my God, it. Wu Yu lay on the ground and saw the transformation process of the little red bird with his own eyes. Then, he involuntarily thought of the little red bird that he had once flicked the vermilion bird ancestor's little bird. He was instantly scared out of his wits. He quickly rolled his eyes and lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. Hide! Zhang Wangu, who was in the crowd, felt his hands and feet turn cold. Even if he was beaten to death, he could not believe that the little red bird that had once followed Yi Fei was actually such a terrifying vermilion bird spirit. Inexplicably, an immense fear made Zhang Wangu dive into the crowd and quickly retreat. Lu Mohan, Little Beast King Jeeb, and Corpse Jiochong were also retreating. They either had enmity with Yi Fei or had cooperated with Lu Mohan to deal with Yi Fei. At this time, they were afraid that Demon Yi would go crazy and order that terrifying vermilion bird to kill them. Even Chun Xiaoyao and Feng Yun were shocked by the golden vermilion bird that Yi Fei had summoned, and they couldn't help but have an extremely strange feeling in their hearts. Could it be that the one who killed the Heavenly Emperor's incarnation was this Yi Fei? Although they were shocked, Chun Xiaoyao and Feng Yun did not retreat. They seemed to have trump cards that could save their lives, even in the face of the Emperor of the Ancients. Yi Fei looked at the two of them deeply, and then looked at Lu Mohan and the others who were escaping. Finally, he dismissed the idea of chasing after them. By even he couldn't control the golden vermilion bird that had gone berserk. Moreover, Di Fan and the others were seriously injured and had to be treated quickly. Yi Fei could only walk over quickly and try his best to treat everyone's injuries. Dregs. In the void, the golden vermilion bird was still wreaking havoc, as if it wanted to set the entire great void city on fire. It also vented all the evil chi that had been suppressed for thousands of years, causing the entire great void city to be in complete chaos. All the cultivators rushed out of the great void city as if their lives depended on it to avoid the raging vermilion bird sacred fire. The chaos in the city was finally noticed by the cultivators who were still resisting the ferocious beasts outside the city. What's going on? What happened in the city? Why did you all escape? Many ancient emperors stopped attacking the vicious beasts and started to search for their juniors. Then, they quickly learned about the chaos in the city and the soul search conducted by the Sacred Region sects. All the experts of the older generation who were still resisting the ferocious beasts were enraged. Bastards of the Sacred Domain sects. They made us fight outside the city, but they did such despicable things inside the city. What did you say? Demon, you released a golden vermilion bird and slaughtered everyone in the Sacred Region sects? Clang! When this news reached the ears of the eight-armed demon dragon and Ying Long, these two ancient emperors felt a little dizzy. This Yi Fei is actually so good at causing trouble. This time, he even released the ancient Emperor Vermilion Bird? Oh no, Yi Fei might be in danger. The ancient gods of the Sacred Region sects can't possibly ignore the golden vermilion bird's rampage. Ying Long's expression changed drastically. He suddenly abandoned a great void vicious beast that he was fighting and turned around to rush into the city. But Ying Long was fast, but the Sacred Region sects reacted even faster. Far away, there was a terrifying dark force fluctuation in the void. That was the roar of an ancient god. It mercilessly killed the great void vicious beasts that were blocking the way. Then, an ancient god bathed in blood stepped into the void and rushed into the great void city. Vile beast, I won't allow you to be so presumptuous in my sacred region. Trash, you've trapped me for thousands of years. Today, I'll make a river of blood out of all of you. The golden vermilion bird's eyes were completely bloodshot. It didn't care whether it was an ancient emperor or an ancient god. It opened its huge mouth and a terrifying vermilion bird sacred fire came out. The ancient god's expression turned grave. Vermilion bird ancestor, I know you. Today, I won't just kill you. That fellow who dared to release you will die a horrible death. Boom! Ancient god when a god raged, heaven and earth collapsed. This ancient god of the sacred region attacked mercilessly. His attack not only enveloped the golden vermilion bird, but also Yi Fei and the others on the ground. This was the ancient god of the sacred region. He didn't care about right or wrong. He would rather kill the innocent than show mercy. Die. The dark clouds of death caused Yi Fan and the others to turn pale. They then smiled bitterly. Yi Fei, don't worry about us. Even if that vermilion bird's eyes are killed, it won't be a match for an ancient god. Leave while there's still time. If I leave, do you think I'll just watch you die here? Yi Fei was enraged. This ancient god of the sacred region's attack had enveloped them all. He could leave, but the heavily injured Di Fan and the others would definitely die. Forget it. Since I've already killed an ancient emperor, I don't mind killing another ancient god. Heavenly Emperor's decree. Help me kill the enemy. Faced with the threat of the ancient god of the sacred region's death, Yi Fei finally made up his mind. He cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto a special decree. The decree immediately erupted with a terrifying divine aura. This divine aura suppressed the golden vermilion bird, causing it to lie on the ground, unable to move. It also caused the ancient god of the sacred region, who was preparing to kill the vermilion bird and all the other living beings in the city, to show great fear on his face. This is the divine aura of the heavenly emperor. Not good. I have to escape. The ancient god of the sacred region turned around and fled. However, before he could get far, the figure of a youth holding a spear suddenly appeared in front of him. This youth's expression was cold, and his spear was even colder. It was just a simple thrust, but the fleeing ancient god of the sacred region was shocked to see a divine spear pierce through his forehead and shatter everything about him. Bang! Chapter 2787. A sacred ancient god had died, just like that? Too much. Outside the great void city, countless martialists raised their heads and stared at the projection of the spear-wielding youth. Others might not be familiar with it, but Chun Xiaoyao's body shook violently. It's the Sky Emperor's projection. It seems like there's no mistake. The one who killed the Sky Emperor's projection should be Yi Fei. However, because of this, he has also gotten himself into big trouble. Feng Yun's expression also became complicated. There was even a faint trace of regret. Although he really wanted to fight with Yi Fei and settle their grudges, it seemed like it was impossible now. After all, any ancient god was a treasure of a sect. Now, an ancient god of a sacred sect had died in battle. If news of this spread, the entire sacred sect would probably be shaken. This Yi Fei is no longer a concern. The sacred sect will not let him off. LV Mohan took in a deep breath. After that, he stepped into the void. Under the protection of the ancient Emperor Heaven, he swiftly left this troublesome place. Huo Qingwu, Shi Jiuchong, and the others also left. Even little beast King Jeeb, who had planned to fight with Yi Fei as soon as he came out, remained silent and left the great void quickly. Even more not to mention the other factions. Almost at the same time that the ancient god of the sanctuary was killed, all the surviving experts of the older generation rushed out of the great void as fast as they could and fled. This trip to the great void was too shocking. There were ancient gods who perished. However, the sacred sect has gone too far this time. It's fine that they used us as cannon fodder, but they actually wanted to search the souls of our juniors. This is really disappointing. It's a pity that the kid called Yi Fei. He originally had hopes of rising up, but in the end, he fell like a comet. Many martialists who left shook their heads and sighed. In the great void city, Di Fan and the others stared blankly at the blooming ancient god's blood. Yi Fei, you actually killed an ancient god. If I didn't kill him, it would have been his turn to kill us. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. When he had obtained the Sky Emperor's decree, he had not expected to use it so quickly. Moreover, the one he killed was an ancient god of a sacred sect. If this news spread, it would be enough to shock the entire Nine Heavens realm. No, if he had to do it again, Yi Fei felt that he would still do the same. Even if he had to kill an ancient god, he would not allow his soul to be searched. He would not allow himself, Di Fan, and the others to be killed like ants by a sacred ancient god. In a void above the void, the golden vermilion bird looked at Yi Fei. Its relationship with Yi Fei was merely one of mutual exploitation. It had used Yi Fei to leave the great void, and Yi Fei had also used the golden vermilion bird to protect himself in the great void. Therefore, after taking back its soul crystal, the golden vermilion bird had immediately lost control. It had followed its heart and killed wantonly. It was impossible for it to listen to Yi Fei's orders. But even so, Yi Fei did not abandon it. Instead, when it was about to be killed by an ancient god, he released the Sky Emperor's decree and killed the ancient god instantly. Yellow, although the golden vermilion bird was ferocious, it was not someone who did not know what was good for it. At this moment, it seemed to have made up its mind. Its body shrank again, and it turned into a small bird and flew back. Little Yi, thank you for just now. You don't have to thank me. I only did it to protect myself. Yi Fei shook his head. Even without the golden vermilion bird, he would still have done it. He said in a muffled voice, even so, it's a fact that you saved me. Although I'm impulsive, I'm not someone who doesn't know how to repay kindness. How about this? If you follow me, I can bring you out of the heaven realm and into a wider world. In that world, you will find that even the sects of the sacred region are as insignificant as a grain of sand. The golden vermilion bird had good intentions this time. Listen, after hearing the golden vermilion bird's description, Yi Fei was incomparably moved. However, when he thought of Zhao Yu, who was still waiting for him in the Rising Dragon sect and his family in the Divine Land, Yi Fei shook his head helplessly. Senior Vermilion Bird, I'm not you. I have nothing to worry about. I have too many things to do here. Before I finish these, I won't be able to leave the heaven realm. Thank you for your kindness. Huang said. Golden Vermilion Bird was stunned, then nodded with understanding. All right, since you've decided, I won't force you. Lil Yi, take care. If you die, I'll avenge you. If you're still alive after a year, I promise I'll give you an unimaginable fortune. I'll leave now. Scum. The bird's cry shook the sky. The golden vermilion bird transformed into a gigantic bird of flames and soared higher and higher into the sky. Soon, it broke through the void and disappeared from this world. When the vermilion bird ancestor left, one of the corpses on the ground suddenly jumped up. He finally left. That scared me to death. Let's see if you still dare to flick the vermilion bird. Bai Shizhong and Ji Feng looked at Wu Yu with disdain. Yi Fei and Di Fan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were also speechless at what Wu Yu had done. At this time, the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's decree in Yi Fei's hand was finally exhausted. The Heavenly Emperor's projection also slowly disappeared. When the Heavenly Emperor's projection disappeared, the Great Void vicious beasts that were about to go berserk outside the Great Void City stood up and returned to the Great Void without looking back. The Great Void's beast tide instantly disappeared. Same as the 8-armed demonic dragon and winged dragon, who were prostrating on the ground, were deeply shocked. They rushed into the Great Void City together and found Yi Fei, but they did not know what to say. Yi Fei also looked at the two ancient emperors of the dragon race apologetically. Seniors, I have caused trouble again. But don't worry, I will not implicate the Rising Dragon sect in this disaster. If you agree, I will leave the Rising Dragon sect from now on. Winged Dragon's face changed, but the 8-armed demon dragon was furious. Don't talk nonsense. Whether you leave the Rising Dragon sect or not, you don't have the right to say it. Master has to agree. Moreover, our Rising Dragon sect is not a sect that is afraid of trouble. This time, the Sacred Region sect has gone too far. Yi Fei, if there's anything, let's return to the Rising Dragon sect first. We can't stay here for long. There is more than one Sacred Region ancient god in the Great Void. Winged Dragon also nodded. His body suddenly turned into a huge divine dragon with wings. He said, Now, all of you quickly get on my back. I will bring you all away. No one moved. Di Fan and the others, including Chu Ling and Wu Yu, all looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei also took a deep breath. But when he thought of Zhao Yu, who was still in the Rising Dragon sect, and the heavenly emperor's decree in his hand, Yi Fei nodded solemnly. All right, I will return to the sect with you all. Ji Feng, you all also return to the family Jiwang. Trust me, nothing will happen. But if something happened, he still had the heavenly emperor's decree in his hand. He could instantly kill an ancient god. This was also the reason why Yi Fei dared to return to the Rising Dragon sect. After all, he had already killed an ancient god of a sacred region sect. If the Rising Dragon sect wanted to punish or threaten him, he could just kill him again. Thinking. Chapter 2788. Just as Yi Fei and the others stepped onto the winged dragon's back and quickly left the Great Void, a sorrowful roar came from the depths of the Great Void. Junior brother, how did you die? What exactly happened in the Great Void City? Sorrow, the one who roared, was the ancient god who had sealed the bloodlines and abilities of many prodigies. This ancient god was cunning and had predicted that the ancient god's corpse spirit would sneak into the Great Void to kill and suck their blood. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the lives of all the young divine lords as bait to lure out the ancient god's corpse spirit. However, he also miscalculated. He did not expect that the imprisoned golden vermilion bird would actually escape and cause such a huge commotion in the Great Void City. At this time, the ancient god who had walked out of the Great Void was not only covered in blood, but there were also countless claw marks on his body. It was very shocking. However, he was holding a huge human head in his hand. It was the head of the ancient god's corpse spirit. Also, this ancient god had gained the upper hand in the battle with the ancient god's corpse spirit. So he sent his junior brother back to the Great Void City to quell the chaos. However, he did not expect such an accident to happen. First, the death of an ancient god was a very serious matter even in the Sacred Region sect. The ancient god who had returned immediately released his boundless consciousness. Then he saw a rather sorry figure running over and kneeling in front of the ancient god. Disciple of the Rising Dragon sect, Zhang Wangu, greets the Sacred Region ancient god. The one who was kneeling was actually the peerless prodigy Zhang Wangu. After seeing Yi Fei's shocking feat of killing an ancient god with a single thought, Zhang Wangu was scared out of his wits. He did not dare to return to the Rising Dragon sect at all. Instead, he hid in the Great Void City and waited for an opportunity. Zhang Wangu had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Another ancient god from the Sage Domain had just killed the corpse spirit and returned. Without hesitation, Zhang Wangu took the initiative to show himself. Sticking his butt high up in the air, he respectfully dropped to his knees and kowtowed several times in a row. Only Yi Fei, who had returned to the Rising Dragon sect, did not know all of this. In fact, when the golden vermilion bird had unleashed its might, except for Di Fan and the others, everyone else had been fleeing. Yi Fei did not have the time to pay attention to the treacherous person like Zhang Wangu. Right now, what he was most concerned about was the Saint Regent's sect's attitude towards this matter, and whether the Rising Dragon sect would choose to protect him or kick him out of the sect, or even suppress him and hand him over to the Saint Regent's sects to take credit for his crimes. Also, Great Void City? Yi Fei and Bai had to find an excuse himself, and to find an excuse to return to the Divine Land first, and by return to the Divine Land arrangements, Fu by and by siblings, and the siblings did not as divine, and send in the divine dragons to the Divine Land. Same Asher Ji Feng also decided to bring the family Jiwang youth back to the ancient tribe first, before looking for Yi Fei. As for Shangluo, when the golden vermilion bird was wreaking havoc, the Xian new sex experts had already brought them out of the Great Void. Therefore, Yi Fei didn't have to worry about Shangluo's safety. Only Chu Ling and Wu Yue were still with Yi Fei. Everyone was anxious to return home, wanting nothing more than to rush to the Rising Dragon sect as soon as possible to prevent any accident from happening. No, it was a very long journey from the Great Void to the Rising Dragon sect. Even with the 8-armed demon dragon and winged dragon, It took them half a month to reach the territory controlled by the Rising Dragon sect. While during this period of time, the news of the fall of a sanctuary-level ancient god in the land of the Great Void had already spread to more than half of the 9 regions of the Heaven Realm. Perhaps only a remote place, like the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty, was unaware of the upheaval that had occurred in the outside world. Dang, when the news reached the Rising Dragon sect, the entire sect was in an uproar. Sect Zhonglang was so shocked that he was stunned for a few minutes. He couldn't believe that this was true. Elders, this is absolutely impossible. That Yi Fei is only a late-stage divine monarch. Even if he had a fortuitous encounter in the Great Void and broke through to the half-martial ancestor realm, it's impossible for him to kill an ancient god. Sect Master, we can't be too absolute. With Yi Fei's cultivation, it's impossible for him to kill an ancient god. However, don't forget that this child released the sanctuary-level sect's golden vermilion bird that was suppressed in the Great Void. That vermilion bird was extremely ferocious and even pecked the sanctuary-level sect's ancient emperor to death on the spot. This matter is absolutely true. At a certain place, the elder in charge of intelligence stood out and said in a deep voice. These words immediately angered one of the elders present. He immediately roared, "I've long heard that this evil creature Yi Fei is a demon. How long has it been since he joined the Rising Dragon sect? Now, he's even provoked a sanctuary-level sect. Our Rising Dragon sect can't have such a black sheep. 5 elders, we can't be too absolute in everything. Yi Fei hasn't returned yet, and the matter hasn't been clarified. If we chase a disciple out of the sect, won't we become a joke if this matter spreads?" On the main seat, Zhonglang's expression was somewhat ugly. He was secretly regretting that he had brought Yi Fei to the Rising Dragon sect. However, this order was personally given by his master, the sect master. Zhonglang couldn't decide how to deal with Yi Fei. Thinking of this, Zhonglang waved his sleeve and dismissed the elders. Zhonglang himself walked up to the tallest and most simple mountain peak of the Rising Dragon sect. On this mountain peak, there was a straw hut that had holes in it. Who would have thought that the strongest ancient god of the Rising Dragon sect, the previous sect master, would live in such a place? "Master, I've come to see you again. This time, my Rising Dragon sect has encountered a huge problem." Zhonglang cupped his fists and looked towards the thatched hut. Inside the thatched hut, there was a kind-looking old man. His clothes were white from washing too many times, and he was staring at the sky in a daze. After a long time, the old man finally regained his senses and sighed. "What you said, the 8-armed demon dragon has already told me in advance through telepathy. Sigh, a disaster has appeared in our Rising Dragon sect. If it was any other sect that produced such a disciple, they would have been slapped into meat paste long ago. However, our Rising Dragon sect is different. Since the establishment of the sect, our Rising Dragon sect is famous for 2 words. Zhonglang, tell me, which 2 words are they?" The ancient god old man asked. Zhonglang answered without hesitation. "Of course it's protecting our disciples. Our Rising Dragon sect may not be the strongest among the 9 great sects, but we're definitely the most protective. As long as our disciple didn't do anything outrageous outside, no matter what happens, our Rising Dragon sect will take care of it for him. Back then, when we was framed by the Imperial Sky sect, this matter caused a huge uproar. Didn't our Rising Dragon sect take care of it for Wu Yu? In the end, we also proved Wu Yu's innocence." "Wait, master, you mean? Speak." At this point, Zhonglang suddenly stopped speaking. He looked at the ancient god old man in shock. After all, Wu Yu had only been framed for peeking at the princess. As for Yi Fei, it was rumored that he had released the golden vermilion bird and even killed an ancient god from a Saint Realm sect. "Master, are you going to protect Yi Fei to the end after causing such a huge disaster?" Zhonglang. Chapter 2789. The winged dragon soared into the sky, passing through layers of light gates and finally returning to the all heavens where the dragon rising sect was located. However, no one came to welcome him. There was only a thin figure standing alone at the entrance of the sect, surrounded by mountains. Heaven's white snow floated in the sky, and the mountains were still covered in snow. Yifei was anxious to return, but not to hide in the dragon rising sect, but to see the figure at the peak of the mountain. That figure was none other than Zhao Yu. Ever since Yifei had entered the Great Void to train, Zhao Yu had remained in the rising dragon sect, working hard to refine the precious blood lotus of the ancient god he had obtained from the imperial mausoleum of the Chu nation. With the help of the blood lotus of the ancient god, Zhao Yu's cultivation had not only broken through to the late divine lord realm, but there were also faint signs of him forming a Dao heart. The Dao heart was the key to breaking through to the Rinzhu realm. The strength of the Dao heart was related to the strength of the Rinzhu realm. Zhao Yu was able to condense a Dao heart at the late-stage divine lord realm. Even with the help of the blood lotus of the ancient god, Zhao Yu's talent could be seen. What was even rarer was that not only was Zhao Yu talented, but she was also as beautiful as a fairy. Such a fairy from the nine heavens had caused a commotion among countless disciples ever since she entered the Dragon Rising sect. Who knew how many gazes of adoration had been fixed on Zhao Yu all this time? Among them, there was no lack of outstanding figures from the Rising Dragon sect who had long since broken through to the mortal ancestor realm. However, what made them all sad was that Zhao Yu had not even looked at them from the beginning till the end. At this moment, Zhao Yu's gaze was somewhat worried as he looked at the distant sky. Straight when the winged dragon appeared and Yi Fei returned with the winged dragon, Zhao Yu's face revealed a bright smile. This smile was like the snow melting and spring returning to the earth. Affected by Zhao Yu's state of mind, the snowflakes in the sky suddenly turned into warm sunlight that sprinkled over the earth, adding a bit of color to the mountains. Heaven's so beautiful. This Zhao Yu is really as beautiful as the rumors say. She's as beautiful as a fairy. It's a pity that such a fairy already has a master. The heavens are so unfair to give her to that monster Yi. Some disciples who were paying attention to Zhao Yu were mesmerized when they saw her bright smile. However, when they saw that the beauty actually ignored them and took the initiative to throw herself into Yi Fei's embrace, their intoxicated mood instantly turned into envious gazes. Yi Fei immediately felt that the gazes from all around him were like frost blades and wind swords. His entire body felt chilly. It couldn't be helped. Zhao Yu was too beautiful. Yi Fei's Bye. Don't worry, I am back. I'm worried. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yu actually showed the stubbornness of a little girl. Yi Fei was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood something. The matter of the Great Void must have been spread. That was why Zhao Yu was so worried and nervous. Although his heart was heavy, Yi Fei still smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll be fine. The wind is so strong outside the mountain. Have you been waiting here for a long time?" Only when he hugged Zhao Yu did he realize that her body was very cold. It was the result of standing on a mountain peak for a long time and experiencing wind and frost. The mountain wind of the Rising Dragon sect was no ordinary wind. It was a mysterious wind. It was colder and more bone-piercing than ordinary wind. Zhao Yu shook her head and said, "I'm not cold. I've only been waiting here for a short while." It's a pity that this short while has been several months. Yi Fei, ever since you left, this girl has been waiting here every day. No matter if it's day or night, no matter if it's rain or wind, even when she's cultivating, she hasn't taken a step away. She's just waiting for your return. These words made Yi Fei's heart tremble. It had been 100 days since he left the Rising Dragon sect for the Great Void. In other words, Zhao Yu had been waiting here for him for 100 days. No matter if it's rain or wind, she was waiting for him to return. She was waiting for him to look back at her and smile. Yi Fei didn't know what he was feeling. He just reached out and caressed Zhao Yu's red face. Her face was also cold, but it was slightly hot. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to look into Yi Fei's eyes. Zhang Lang laughed. and looked at Zhao Yu with admiration. Finally, he looked at Yi Fei with a complicated gaze. I really don't know what you've done to deserve such good fortune. However, the trouble you've caused this time is too big. Even I can't help you. Since you've returned, go to the thatched hut and see Master. Remember, you can only go up one step at a time. After saying that, Zhang Lang waved his sleeve and brought Yi Fei to the thatched hut. Zhao Yu suddenly became nervous again. Then, Yi Fei's calm voice sounded in her ears. Believe me, I'll be fine. The Rising Dragon sect has done us a favor. It's reasonable for me to go and pay my respects to the Supreme Sect Master. Zhao Yu only then did Zhao Yu stop. She still looked worried. It wasn't easy for her to go through so much to stay by Yi Fei's side. She really didn't want to be separated from him again. Wu Yu and Chu Ling also looked worried. After all, the trouble Yi Fei had caused this time was too big. The two of them didn't know if the sect would still protect Yi Fei. There are two paths to the thatched hut. One is the path of the void. Fly up and you'll see the thatched hut. This is the most common way of meeting the ancient gods in our Rising Dragon sect. The other path is the path of the Sacred Dragon. You'll have to walk up one step at a time. As for whether you'll be able to reach the thatched hut, it'll depend on your luck. All right, go. With a push of Zhang Lang's hand, Yi Fei involuntarily fell from the sky onto a path at the bottom of the mountain peak. This path was the Sacred Dragon Path. In the past few hundred years, only one person had been able to use this path to enter the thatched hut. That person was Zhang Lang. However, Yi Fei didn't know about this. He looked at the path of the Sacred Dragon and took a deep breath. In the end, he calmed his mind and walked up the path step by step. He didn't know what was waiting for him. At the very least, the Rising Dragon sect didn't mistreat Zhao Yu when he caused such a huge trouble. They didn't reprimand him either. Because of this, Yi Fei felt that he had to go to the path of the Sacred Dragon. However, Yi Fei still secretly tightened his grip on the Heavenly Emperor's decree in his hand. He also allowed Xiao Chao to activate the Heavenly Divine Eye. Dong! Yi Fei's foot stepped on it. The entire path of the Sacred Dragon suddenly let out a resounding ancient dragon roar. The Sacred Dragon's eye in Yi Fei's body trembled. Yi Fei's heart was also in turmoil. Chapter 2790. With your lowly body, can you bear the weight of my spine? Saint said. An ancient and mysterious voice echoed from the Dragon Tao. It was as if a terrifying sage dragon had appeared before Yi Fei's eyes. The dragon's gigantic eyes were staring down at his soul. At that moment, Yi Fei's soul trembled, but he did not stop moving. On this journey to the Great Void, he had defeated the ancient emperor, slain the ancient gods, and even killed the celestial emperor's clone. My body may be insignificant, but my soul is incomparably strong. If my soul is strong, my sword will be strong. My sword can bear your spine. Boom! Sword! Light filled the sky, shaking the surrounding void. Yi Fei stepped forward like a sword. Suddenly, the sword light turned into a mysterious Tai Chi light sphere that enveloped Yi Fei's body. It also shocked Zhang Lang and the ancient god elder. What kind of sword Dao is that? I don't think I've seen it before. Zhang Lang asked in surprise. I don't know. The ancient god elder was also surprised to see Yi Fei's sword Dao light. However, this sword Dao is very mysterious. This kid has already entered the immortal realm. However, it's impossible for him to cross the divine dragon Dao with just sword Dao alone. Over the years, I've allowed no less than 50 peerless sky prides to set foot on this path, but you're the only one who's managed to do it. Those words made Zhang Lang's expression turn grim. If that's the case, there's a high chance that Yi Fei will fail. What do you plan to do if he fails, Master? If he fails, I'll fulfill my promise to my old friend and kill him with my own hands. A surge of murderous intent suddenly erupted from the ancient god elder's body. This murderous intent made Zhang Lang shudder subconsciously. Although the elder looked benevolent now, when he was younger, he was even stronger and more ferocious than Zhang Lang. The elder's name was Chu Quangren. This Yi Fei didn't know that he had faced an invisible crisis the moment he stepped onto the sacred dragon path. By relying on the Taiji sword Dao to pave the way, he had managed to complete 1/3 of the journey in one breath. However, just as Yi Fei stepped onto the middle section of the Shenglong Road, he suddenly felt an invisible heavy mountain ruthlessly pressing down on his body. The ancient and cold voice once again sounded in his ears. "You can bear my will. Roar." The ancient dragon's roar was vast and boundless, as if it came from an ancient time and space. It shook Yi Fei's mind, and just as Yi Fei's mind was shaken, his entire body also began to tremble. It looked like he was about to lose his footing, and his body was already retreating. Suddenly, Yi Fei let out a roar. A dragon's roar was emitted from his mouth. He activated the Imperial Armament Art and borrowed the power of the dragon turtle once again. Yi Fei's entire person seemed to have transformed into a gigantic dragon turtle at this moment. His forelegs supported the ground, and his back carried the blue sky as he walked forward resolutely. Dong dong dong. Every step he took was as heavy as a mountain. With every step he took, the ancient dragon's roar from a void became even more terrifying. Yi Fei's body became heavier and heavier, and his spine became straighter and straighter. He was like a heavy sword that would rather break than bend, or a divine turtle that carried a mountain on its back. Step by step, he traversed the extremely heavy mountain path. This kid would rather break than bend. Looking at him, it's as if I'm looking at myself when I was young. Zhang Lang's hair and beard fluttered. He didn't hide his admiration for Yi Fei. The ancient god elder sneered. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? When I was young, I was even more arrogant than all of you. Aren't I still crouching in this thatched hut? The real test begins now. The elder suddenly pointed with his finger, and the mountain path before them suddenly became infinitely long. It seemed as if it would never reach the end. As Yi Fei walked, he suddenly realized that he had lost all senses. He couldn't even communicate with Xiao Qiao or the dragon turtle. All that was left in front of him was a lonely mountain path, winding and rugged and full of thorns. Even more frightening was the fact that no matter how Yi Fei walked, he would never reach the end of this path. If under normal circumstances, Yi Fei would have had ample patience to complete this path in the face of such a test. But right now, he had just killed an ancient god and caused a calamity, and the ancient god elder of the Rising Dragon sect had done this to him. Naturally, Yi Fei couldn't help but have other thoughts. Could it be that the ancient god elder had intentionally lured him to this mountain path and then trapped him there, waiting for the experts of the Sacred Realm sects to come and deal with him? If that was the case, then if he didn't rush out quickly, he would be in deep trouble. But another voice in Yi Fei's heart told him that perhaps this was just a test the ancient god elder had for him, and that he wasn't deliberately trapping him and handing him over. If he used the Heavenly Emperor's decree, then he would be betraying the sect. Not only would he offend the Sacred Realm sects, but he would also become enemies with the Rising Dragon sect. Now, it's up to Yi Fei to choose. The ancient god elder's gaze was still cold, but Zhang Lang was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He admired Yi Fei very much and naturally didn't want Yi Fei to betray the sect. But it was his own master who had suddenly used the Divine Dragon Path to trap Yi Fei when he had caused a calamity. Let alone Yi Fei, anyone would have doubts and choose to betray him. Then, as for Yi Fei, when would he choose to betray them? Zhang Lang, the ancient god emperor, was faintly nervous. On the Divine Dragon Path, Yi Fei's expression was incomparably conflicted. There were even a few times when he couldn't help but want to take out the Heavenly Emperor's rune and rush out of the Rising Dragon sect with Zhao Yu. But in his heart, he couldn't get over this hurdle. In the end, when he was in trouble, it was the Rising Dragon sect that had helped him. That was how he had been able to thwart Lu Mohan's scheme in the Chu country's imperial tomb and reunite with Zhao Yu. Now, he was going to use the Heavenly Emperor's decree and betray the sect just because of the suspicion in his heart. It was very inappropriate. Moreover, he still had two friends in the Rising Dragon sect, Chu Ling and Wu Yu. And even if the Rising Dragon sect had a despicable person like Zhang Wangu, when he thought of his relationship with Chu Ling and Wu Yu and the eight-armed demon dragon and winged dragon secretly taking care of him, he felt that something was wrong. Fierce Yi Fei had made his decision. If others don't betray me, I won't betray them. I can't betray the sect just because of some groundless suspicion. Moreover, if the Sacred Realm sects really want to kill me, a mere heavenly emperor's decree won't be able to protect me. Since betraying the Rising Dragon sect meant death, if he didn't, he would also die. Since that was the case, he might as well bet on him. Yi Fei also believed in his judgment after so many years. None when it came to the eight-armed demon dragon, winged dragon, and Zhang Lang. They didn't seem like evil people. Otherwise, if they learned that he had merged with the sacred dragons, Zhang Lang and the ancient god Old Man might want his life. Since then, what was there to hesitate about? Dong! Yi Fei's footsteps landed again, and he continued to climb the endless divine dragon path. While this climb took 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 20 days. This. Chapter 2791. Take me as your teacher. 20 days, 30 days, 40 days, 50 days. Yi Fei was the only one traveling alone on the long mountain road. During this time, Yi Fei did consider giving up, but he also suspected that this might be a trap. However, he believed in his own judgment. After all, if the ancient god elder had wanted to capture him and ask for forgiveness from the Sacred Domain sects, he would have only needed to capture Zhao Yu. However, the ancient god elder had not done so. Instead, he had set up this test. Yi Fei felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. This glimmer of hope grew stronger as the mountain path grew longer. It's already been 50 days. If the sects of the sanctuary really came to punish me, they should have arrived by now. But I'm still fine. It seems that my guess was right. This isn't a trap. It's just a test from the sect. Yi Fei's gaze became clearer and clearer. His footsteps became firmer and firmer. Suddenly, just as he was about to repeat his steps, a mountain peak appeared in front of him. On the mountain peak stood 2 figures. They were Sect Master Zhang Lang and the ancient god Old Man. They had witnessed Yi Fei's persistence and determination with their own eyes. This made Zhang Lang very surprised. Yi Fei, aren't you afraid that this is a trap? Are you going to keep going like this? Sect leader, grand sect leader, are you people like that? Yi Fei blinked and looked at Zhang Lang and the ancient god elder. They all laughed. If I, Chu Kuangren, were to attack you, I wouldn't even bother to resort to such underhanded tactics. The ancient god Old Man said with a smile. Sect Master Zhang Lang was a bit depressed when he heard this. What? Isn't it your loyalty to the sect that has supported you until now? Yi Fei shook his head solemnly. I can only say that if the sect doesn't betray me, then I won't betray the sect. These words caused Zhang Lang's expression to change once more. The ancient god elder suddenly laughed and scolded. Brat, you're too cunning. But don't worry, as long as you don't betray the sect will not abandon you. Now kneel down. Kneel? Yi Fei was stunned. Did they not say that they would not abandon him? Looking at Yi Fei's words, Zhang Lang almost laughed out of anger. Silly boy, you're so smart when it comes to important matters, yet you're so muddle-headed when it comes to small matters. Since you've walked the sacred dragon path, you're qualified to be my master. Yi Fei's words was the ancient god elder. The ancient god elder was the ancient god elder. Do the demons is the ancient god, Yi Fei's Zhang Lang, and Yi Fei Froms Yi as Yi Zhang. After all, he had released the golden vermilion bird and killed an ancient god from a sect in a holy region. Was it really appropriate for him to acknowledge someone as his master now? The ancient god Old Man seemed to notice Yi Fei's confusion and immediately glared at him. What, brat, do you think that this old man isn't worthy of being your master? Yi, elder. Be. Yi, of you to be. To be. SSS. Zhang Lang glared at him. Yi Fei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet your master. Yi Fei reacted quickly. Since the ancient god elder was not afraid, he had nothing to worry about. He immediately bowed respectfully to the ancient god elder. Disciple Yi Fei pays his respects to master. The ancient god elder reluctantly said, "Forget it. Since you've taken me as your master, for the sake of that old friend of mine, I can't not accept you. From now on, you will be my second personal disciple, and Zhonglang will be the eldest senior brother. Greetings, senior brother." Yi Fei bowed again to Zhonglang. Zhonglang hurriedly returned the gesture and greeted him as junior brother. Then, he frowned and said, "Junior brother, the three of us are very arrogant. It's inevitable that we don't care about the consequences of our actions. However, what you've done this time is too shocking. If you don't mind, you'd better be honest and tell us what happened in the Great Void." Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He knew that he had no choice but to tell them the truth. He could only tell them about the golden vermilion bird, the Great Void, and the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance. However, he did not tell them about the ancient god's corpse spirit and the Ashura demonic tribe. Even so, Zhonglang and Chu Kuangren were shocked when they heard that the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance was in the Great Void. "Yi Fei, are you sure that the vermilion bird is telling the truth? That the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance is in the Great Void, and that it's not a test set by the Holy Domain's Heavenly Emperor?" "It's true. Not only does the Great Void have the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance, but it's also guarded by the Stone Tribe. By the way, honorable sect leader, haven't you been to the Great Void before? Don't tell me you don't know anything about it." Yi Fei was surprised. Zhonglang smacked him on the head and corrected him. "Call me honorable teacher now. Do you believe that I'll punish you according to the sect rules?" The elderly ancient god's expression turned even colder. However, he did not care about how Yi Fei addressed him. Instead, he looked coldly into the void and said, "I see. No wonder the Holy Domain's sects have been sending ancient gods to guard the Great Void for so many years. They even forbade any ancient gods from other sects from entering the Great Void. Back then, I was young and full of vigor. That was why I brought the five-clawed golden dragon into the Great Void when I was still in the ancient god realm. I wanted to explore the secrets of the Great Void. However, not long after I entered, I was attacked by the vicious beasts of the Great Void. Not only did I cause the death of few of my brothers, but the five-clawed golden dragon also died in my place. I've regretted it for the rest of my life." As Chu Kuangren spoke, he had already turned around and walked into the thatched cottage. Upon closer inspection, there were 11 tombstones in the thatched cottage. Zhonglang whispered to him, "These are the tombstones of the brothers who accompanied you into the Great Void and died in battle. Ever since that incident, honorable teacher has been disheartened and has been living in seclusion in this thatched cottage. Even after breaking through to the ancient god realm, honorable teacher still can't walk out of the shadow of what happened back then." Looking at those tombstones and Chu Kuangren's hunchback, Yi Fei knew that what happened back then was a huge blow to Chu Kuangren. He felt even more guilty and could not help but call out, "Honorable teacher." Yi Fei opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Chu Kuangren waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't say anything, and don't ask anything. I just hope that you won't make the same mistake that I did back then. It's fine to be young and frivolous, but you must also be careful. Yi Fei, since you're willing to call me honorable teacher, I won't let you be bullied. What happened in the Great Void isn't your fault. It's the Holy Domain's sect's fault." Chu Kuangren's words were resolute and decisive, as if he had already made up his mind. However, Zhonglang was still a little worried. "Honorable teacher, that may be the case, but they still lost an ancient god. It's just an ancient god. As long as it's not the Heavenly Emperor who died, there's still room for negotiation. Besides, the Holy Domain sects have been hiding the inheritance of the Great Void for so many years. They've also made us, the 9 great sects, their cannon fodder for so many years. It's time for them to pay the price." Chapter 2792. Everybody knows that when they came down from the grass hut, there were 2 beautiful figures waiting outside. They were Zhao Yu and Chu Ling. Both of them were extremely beautiful. When they stood together, they looked like two fairies who had descended to the mortal world. For those who saw this scene, their eyes were filled with resentment as they stared at Yi Fei. But what shocked them even more was the order issued by Patriarch Zhonglang when he walked down from the thatched hut. The Rising Dragon sect would protect Yi Fei with all their might. The sect wouldn't let Yi Fei down. When this news spread, many disciples of the Rising Dragon sect were shocked, especially those who had joined the Heaven Alliance. They thought that they would be able to rise quickly after joining the Heaven Alliance and relying on Zhang Wangu. However, the reality was that Zhang Wangu had yet to return, and the Heaven Alliance only existed in name. Many disciples of the Rising Dragon sect who had joined the Heaven Alliance regretted their decision. However, the most enviable thing was Yi Fei's luck with women. He had caused a huge disaster in the Great Void, but not only was he not punished, he even had a beauty like Zhao Yu and a princess like Chu Ling by his side. Many people were envious of him. Even Wu Yu, who had a close relationship with Yi Fei, had a high status in the sect. This made Wu Yu very proud. Yi Fei only found out after leaving the grass hut that the flow of time in the Divine Dragon Path was different from the outside world. He had walked for 50 days in the Divine Dragon Path, but only 10 hours had passed outside. In 10 hours, not only did he become the disciple of an ancient god, but he could also continue to stay in the Rising Dragon sect with Zhao Yu and chat with Chu Ling and Wu Yu. One had to say that life was really fickle. However, there was still a thorn in Yi Fei's heart. Zhang Wangu still hadn't returned to the Rising Dragon sect. This made Yi Fei want to expose Zhang Wangu's hypocrisy, but he couldn't find a chance. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Just as Yi Fei was feeling depressed, under Zhonglang's arrangements, all the ancient countries and clans in the Heaven Realm were shocked once again. The 9 great sects were even more shocked. This was because a piece of news suddenly spread in the Heaven Realm. The trip to the Great Void wasn't a test for the sects to accept disciples. The Celestial Devil Palace in the Great Void wasn't left behind by the Heavenly Emperor of the sections. It was left behind by a powerful Heavenly Emperor from the outside world. This kind of inheritance wasn't something the sects of the Saint Realm could break through on their own, and they weren't willing to sacrifice their own disciples to break through. They actually used the disciples of the 9 great sects as cannon fodder to break through and help them collect the key to enter the Celestial Devil Palace. This news was even more shocking than Yi Fei killing a Saint Realm ancient god. After all, Yi Fei killing an ancient god was only a rumor. No one had seen it with their own eyes. However, the Celestial Devil Palace had the inheritance of a heavenly emperor, and everyone yearned to enter it. The reason why the 9 great sects of the Heaven Realm couldn't compare to the sects of the Saint Realm was because they only had the method to become a god. They didn't have the method to become an emperor. Thus, countless ancient gods were either forced to leave the Heaven Realm, never to return, or they could only die of old age in the Heaven Realm and look up to the Saint Realm's heavenly emperor for the rest of their lives. What was even crueler was that these ancient gods who cultivated in the Heaven Realm not only had to face their own deaths, but they also had to send their most outstanding descendants and disciples into the Great Void to die in the place of the Saint Realm's disciples. In the end, only a few special geniuses could be favored by the Saint Realm's sects and obtain the opportunity to join them. Moreover, these geniuses who joined the Saint Realm's sects still couldn't obtain the method to become an emperor. They could only suffer in the Saint Realm's sects, waiting for many years to pass before they could become a god. Many of them even died of old age in this endless torment. Therefore, many of the ancient gods who became gods in the Heaven Realm had long been dissatisfied with the Saint Realm sections. It was just that they didn't have an excuse to vent their anger. When Yi Fei told Chu Kuangren the truth about the Great Void, which was then deliberately spread by Zhonglang, one could imagine how big of a commotion this would cause. Almost all of the ancient gods who knew the truth were furious, but more than that, they had a deep desire. After all, the opportunity to become a heavenly emperor was right in front of them. Therefore, not long after the news spread, more than a dozen ancient gods went to the holy city to demand an explanation. The Saint Realm sects were naturally shocked when they heard the news. No one would have thought that the secret that had been hidden for so many years would be exposed just like that. Moreover, the Saint Realm sect's practice of soul-searching in order to deal with the ancient gods' corpse spirits had spread. For the first time in the heavenly realm, the powerful Saint Realm sects were treated with hostility and dissatisfaction by countless forces. This kind of dissatisfaction also made the Saint Realm sects not dare to openly crusade against the Rising Dragon sect and capture Yifei at this time. After all, if they were to openly crusade against the Rising Dragon sect at such a sensitive time, it would inevitably cause the other forces to feel threatened. It might even cause the heavenly realm's local forces to unite. No matter how powerful the Saint Realm sects were, it was impossible for them to do so. They would be enemies with dozens or even hundreds of ancient gods in the entire heavenly realm. However, the Saint Realm sects were, after all, the invincible overlords that ruled over the heavenly realm's 9 domains. There were countless talents in the Saint Realm, and even more experts. Soon enough, the Saint Realm sects had come up with a concrete response and calmed the anger of many ancient gods. However, Yifei was unaware of all this, and he could not be bothered to care about it either. What he needed to do every day now was to accompany Zhao Yu on a scenic tour, and the two of them treasured every minute and every second that they spent together. Although Chu Kuangren had already said that he would protect Yifei with all his might. However, Yifei dared not place all his hopes on the Rising Dragon sect. After all, the strongest person in the Rising Dragon sect was only Chu Kuangren, an ancient god. Meanwhile, the Saint Realm sects not only had many ancient gods, but they also had terrifying heavenly emperors. Zhao Yu, I want to leave the Rising Dragon sect and return to the Divine Land. In the pavilion at the peak of the mountain, Yifei gazed at the scenery in the distance as he hugged Zhao Yu's waist. Suddenly, a strong sense of longing arose in his heart. Zhao Yu did not say anything. She only gently rested her head on Yifei's shoulder, and a strong sense of homesickness appeared in her eyes as well. The two of them hugged each other in silence. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's eyelids blinked, and a chilling qi appeared in her beautiful eyes. That chilling qi soon turned into snow and ice that filled the sky. Snow filled the world, and the world turned white. It'll pass. I can tell that the sect leader and sect leader are good people with a cold exterior but a warm heart. They'll protect us with all their might. Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Yifei, on the other hand, let out a bitter laugh. He did not doubt the sect's determination to protect him, as long as his senior brother Zhonglang and his honorable master Chu Kuangren were there. However, they were still a Saint Realm sect. Judging by the time, Honorable Master should be back soon after going to the Saint Realm sect, right? Rumble. Just as Yifei was thinking about it, a 5-color divine chariot was charging towards them at high speed in the distant sky. Under the canopy of that divine chariot sat a Saint Realm ancient god covered in pure gold. It broke through the Rising Dragon sect's void and barged in. Chapter 2793. Disposal on the 5-colored divine chariot. An ancient god held an imperial edict in his hand. This was the imperial edict of the Heavenly Emperor, representing the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. In the 9 regions of the Heavenly Realm, there was nothing the 9 great sects wouldn't obey. Yifei had accompanied Zhao Yu at the peak of the mountain to wait for the Emperor's decree. Instead, he was hoping that his honorable teacher, Chu Kuangren, would return. In the end, the one who came was an ancient god from a sacred domain sect. Yifei subconsciously tightened his grip on the Emperor's decree in his hand. This was the decree of the young Heavenly Emperor. It should be more powerful than the decree of the Sanctuary sect, right? Zhao Yu also held Yifei's hand tightly. He seemed to have made up his mind. If the Holy Regent sects really wanted to deal with Yifei this time, she would die with Yifei even if she had to die. The Saint Regent sect's decree shocked many people, causing a huge commotion in the Rising Dragon sect. Countless elders and disciples turned their gazes over. Even though the Rising Dragon sect was famous for being protective of their own. Yifei had caused too much trouble in the Great Void. This made many elders of the sect feel dissatisfied with Yifei. Among them, the fifth elder, who was Zhang Wangu's master, was the one who firmly opposed protecting Yifei. Now, he had finally waited for the Holy Region to punish Yifei. He wondered how the Holy Region would deal with Yifei this time. Should he kill him or cripple him? No matter which one it was, Yifei was most likely finished. They would no longer have to worry about Yifei snatching away Zhang Wangu's position in the sect. The fifth elder even felt a little happy at this thought. At this moment, he even took the initiative to greet the ancient god of the Holy Region and bowed respectfully. The elder of the Rising Dragon sect greets the ancient god of the Holy Region. I wonder how the ancient god of the Holy Region has dealt with my sect's traitorous disciple, Yifei? Fifth elder, that's a bit too much. Since when did Yifei become a traitorous disciple of the Rising Dragon sect? Chu Ling and Wu Yu had also rushed over. Wu Yu's status was not high, so it was inappropriate for him to interrupt. However, Chu Ling was different. This also attracted the fifth elder's angry gaze. Chu Ling, us elders are responsible for the sect's important matters. You're just a junior, so it's best if you don't interrupt. Chu Ling, fifth elder's translation, Chu fifth elder was Dragon sect Chu. A fifth elder was Chu Yifei, was Yifei was Chu. Chu was Chu Li. She fifth elder was the fifth elder was Dragon sect elder, was Chu Wu Dragon translation was Chu Shi Chu translation Chu elder. Translations is translation. It was clearly Zhang Wangu's despicable actions that targeted her and Yifei. In the end, when it came to the fifth elder, it was her fault. With Chu Ling's fiery temper, she naturally wouldn't hold back and was about to retort on the spot. At that moment, Yifei suddenly grabbed Chu Ling's hand and gestured for her to step back. If your disciple is like this, I'm sure your honorable master is no better. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked as well. Why should we lower ourselves to his level? Yifei did not even bother to look at fifth elder as he spoke. The fifth elder's face instantly turned uglier than a pig's liver. He could only turn to the holy domain sect's ancient god and say, "My lord, this brat is arrogant and ignorant. It has nothing to do with the Rising Dragon sect. No matter how you punish him, the Rising Dragon sect will not object." Deep down, fifth elder even hoped that the holy domain ancient god would take action and kill Yifei. However, the holy domain ancient god looked at Yifei with a strange expression. "You're Yifei, Chu Kuangren's disciple? I must say, you found yourself a good honorable master. Originally, your actions of releasing the golden vermilion bird and killing the ancient gods were not enough to atone for your sins. However, since your honorable master Chu Kuangren is willing to leave the Rising Dragon sect and serve the holy domain from now on, we shall not make things difficult for you. Sinner Yifei, heed my decree. Since Chu Kuangren has joined the holy domain sect shall let bygones be bygones. We hereby order you to head to the holy city within 100 days to participate in the holy domain sect's first Sky Pride battle." By the Emperor. After the Saint Realm ancient god finished reading the edict, he didn't even bother to look at the Rising Dragon sect's people. He even looked at the sect master's peak with a provocative gaze. Then, the five-color divine chariot smashed through the Rising Dragon sect's sky once more. It was gone. Only a group of elders remained. They looked at each other in confusion. Yifei killed an ancient god, yet not only did the holy domain sect not pursue the matter, but they even invited Yifei to participate in some Sky Pride battle. A black sheep. He's really a black sheep. Our Rising Dragon sect is only able to hold our ground because of our Supreme Sect leader. Now that our Supreme Sect leader has abandoned us and joined the holy domain for the sake of that traitor, we no longer have an ancient god. Not only will our Rising Dragon sect's strength be greatly reduced, but will also soon fall out of the 9 great sects. This evil creature has done nothing for the sect, yet he made the sect pay such a huge sacrifice. The fifth elder was furious. He looked like he could not wait to expel Yi Fei from the sect. Yi Fei was instantly enraged. He stared coldly at the fifth elder and said, "I respect you as an elder, so I won't lower myself to your level. But if you dare to fart in front of me again, I'll kill you right here and now." Boom! A terrifying, murderous intent suddenly emerged from Yi Fei's body. He was extremely grateful for the Rising Dragon sect's protection towards him. However, that did not mean that he would allow the fifth elder to insult and provoke him as he wished. Hearing those words, the other elders exchanged glances and smiled bitterly one after another. Indeed, they're not the same type of people. The Supreme Sect leader's name is Chu Kuangren, while the sect leader's name is Zhang Lang. He calls himself a wastrel, but not a romantic. From now on, Yi Fei can also be called Crazy Demon Yi. Forget it. Our Rising Dragon sect's biggest tradition is to protect our own. Although Yi Fei is in the wrong this time, the Holy Domain sect has indeed crossed the line. While discussing amongst themselves, the elders shook their heads and left one after another. The atmosphere of the Rising Dragon sect was very different from other sections. Here, as long as one didn't do anything outrageous, no matter how big of a mistake the disciples made, the Rising Dragon sect would protect them to the very end. As for Yi Fei's arrogant words about killing the fifth elder, the elders did not take it seriously. After all, Yi Fei had already passed the Holy Dragon Path test. This time, the Supreme Sect leader did not hesitate to exchange his life for Yi Fei's in order to protect him. Since Yi Fei had killed a Holy Domain ancient god, the Supreme Sect leader might as well join the Holy Domain himself and replace that ancient god as compensation. In the face of such kindness, Yi Fei naturally could not kill the fifth elder just because he was dissatisfied with him. Immediately, he left the mountain peak with Zhao Yu, Chu Ling, and Wu Yu and rushed in the direction of the sect leader's peak. In the end, only the fifth elder was left standing there awkwardly. He wanted to stop Yi Fei and scold him harshly. At the same time, he also wanted to find out the whereabouts of his disciple, Zhang Wangu. However, he was apprehensive about the ruthless words Yi Fei had just said. After all, in the Great Void, Yi Fei could kill an ancient god just like that. The fifth elder was only a late-stage ancient god, not even an ancient god. He was really afraid that if he spoke too harshly, he would provoke Yi Fei's demonic nature. That would not be worth it. Let this little devil be proud for a while. Given his arrogance, the sects of the sacred region won't let him off so easily. It's a pity that my disciple, Wangu, is still in the sect and cannot return. I wonder where he is suffering. Chapter 2794. There were countless mountain peaks in the Rising Dragon sect, but only two were the most famous. One was Chu Kuangren's thatch cottage, and the other was Zhang Lang's sect leader's peak. Now that Chu Kuangren had left for the Holy Domain, the thatch cottage was empty. Sect Zhang Lang's sect leader's peak thus became the core of the sect. However, Zhang Lang did not care for such a core at all. As a prodigal son, Zhang Lang had inherited his honorable master Chu Kuangren's style. He was extremely arrogant and was not afraid of anything. Even the provocation of a Holy Domain ancient god could not make Zhang Lang feel even the slightest bit dejected. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit and unwillingness. If only I was a little stronger. Then I could have replaced my honorable master and gone to the Holy Domain instead of watching that Holy Domain ancient god strut around here. Zhang Lang's voice came from the top of the mountain. However, he was not blaming Yi Fei, but merely mumbling to himself. Nevertheless, Yi Fei's heart still felt heavy when he heard those words. I, Yi Fei, will always remember the kindness of the sect and my honorable master. Yi Fei stepped on a mountain peak and bowed solemnly to Zhang Lang again. If it were not for Chu Kuangren, the Holy Domain sect would not have let him go so easily. Looking at the mountain that stretched like a dragon, Zhang Lang shook his head and said, "Junior brother, you've misunderstood. I'm not blaming you, Besides, my honorable master entered the holy domain with a purpose. He's always suspected that the ones who killed his brothers and the five-clawed golden dragon were not the ancient god vicious beasts of the higher void, but the people of the holy domain sect. They don't want the secret of the higher void to be exposed, so they disguise themselves as the ancient god vicious beasts to kill anyone who enters the higher void. My honorable master went to the holy domain this time for two reasons. First, it's for your sake. Second, it's to investigate what happened back then. What I'm unwilling to accept is that I can't share my honorable master's burden despite knowing that he has suffered for so many years. Zhang Lang's expression was a little depressed, but it soon became serious again. Junior brother, what do you think of the Holy Domain's invitation this time? I feel that the Saint Domain sect are up to no good this time. Yifei coldly said. In the end, he wasn't an ordinary warrior. After many years of fighting and killing, Yifei had seen far too many plots and machinations. Although Chu Kuangren had joined the Holy Domain and quelled the Holy Domain sect's anger, the Holy Domain sect still lost an ancient god. Faced with such a provocation, Yifei felt that if he were in the Holy Domain sect, even if he did not pursue the matter, he would not invite Chu Kuangren to participate in the Sky Pride battle. Zhang Lang also said solemnly, "So you already know, then I have nothing to worry about. However, you still have to go to the Holy City this time. After all, not only do you have the key to enter the Fairy Demon Palace, but you also have the Heavenly Emperor's decree that can kill an ancient god. As long as you don't hand over these two items, the sects of the Sacred Region will definitely not let you go. Since senior brother wants me to go, I'll go." Yifei nodded understandingly. After all, the Heavenly Emperor's ancient order and the Heavenly Emperor's decree were too troublesome to handle. They were far from something that a mere godly monarch like him could handle. Yifei was already prepared to hand them over. After saying that, he planned to turn around and prepare to head to the Holy City where the Holy Domain sect was located. Zhang, however, Lang called out to Yifei with a serious tone. "Junior brother, please wait. Although Honorable Teacher has quelled the Holy Domain sect's anger towards you by offering to join the Holy Domain as a condition, it's better to be safe than sorry. You can't go to the Holy City alone this time. This 1,000 Mirage pill was given to you by Honorable Teacher before he left. It just so happens that Wu Yu's clan is also in the Holy City. You can use this pill to disguise yourself as a member of the Wu clan and follow Wu Yu back to visit his family. All right, thank you, senior brother." Although Yifei was a little unhappy, he knew that Zhang Lang was worried that he might be ambushed on the way. After all, both the Heavenly Emperor's ancient order and the Heavenly Emperor's decree were too important. Moreover, the Holy Domain sect had agreed too quickly this time. There was no punishment at all. This inevitably made Yifei worried. Clang! He took the 1,000 Mirage pill and walked down the sect leader's peak. Outside the mountain, Zhao Yu, Wu Yu, and Chu Ling were all waiting there. They looked a little worried. Chu Ling asked anxiously, "How is it? What did Honorable Teacher say? Can we not go to the Holy City?" Clearly, after experiencing the trials of Chu country and the Great Void, Chu Ling had finally grown up. Yifei also looked relieved. He smiled and said, "Chu Ling, I'm relieved to see you grow up. However, I must go to the Holy City this time. Otherwise, I might bring trouble to Honorable Teacher, who has joined the Holy Domain. If that's the case, then we'll go with you." Chu Ling seemed to have decided on something. At this time, Zhang Lang's voice came from mountain. "Ling don't mess around. The Battle of the Holy City this time might affect Yifei's life. Listen to Honorable Teacher's arrangements. This time, Wu Yu and Yifei will go together. As for Chu Ling and Zhao Yu, you two will go together with me." Chu Ling's face darkened. Zhao Yu's eyes also showed a hint of deep worry. Especially after knowing that the Holy City this time might be more dangerous than the Great Void, Zhao Yu finally couldn't hold back. He suddenly grabbed Yifei's hand and walked towards Yifei's room. Chu Ling and Wu Yu were very surprised, but they tactfully didn't follow. Yifei was also very puzzled. He looked at Zhao Yu and pulled him into his room. His heart couldn't help but thump. Zhao Yu, it's broad daylight. Don't tell me you boom. Words before he finished speaking, a gust of cold wind whistled. In an instant, it turned into countless ice chains and tied Yi Fei up tightly. Then, two streams of tears rolled down Zhao Yu's face. Why can't I? I said before that if you die, I won't live alone. However, I hope that before I die, we can have no more regrets. At this point, Zhao Yu's face was already filled with embarrassment. However, he still deliberately acted cold and matter-of-fact. Yi Fei was amused, and his heart ached. No, it would be a waste not to eat the meat that was sent to his mouth. Yi Fei's body suddenly shook. He had already broken the ice chains on his body. Then, he forcefully carried Zhao Yu, who was caught off guard, to the big bed in front of him. Zhao Yu's expression was no longer one of bashfulness. Instead, there was a faint trace of helplessness and panic. Yi Fei, what are you doing? Little Grass and the dragon turtle are still here. Xiao Qiao is sleeping. We could just throw Big Black out. Yi Fei raised his hand and threw the dragon turtle, who was hiding in the beast-marked space and secretly eating magnetite, out of the door. The dragon turtle's face immediately darkened. It was about to scold Yi Fei for being inhumane. Whoosh! However, a large amount of magnetite was thrown out like rain. The dragon turtle's black mouth was like rain. It immediately ran far away obediently and searched everywhere for magnetite that had been thrown out. The night passed quickly. Yi Fei felt refreshed. He walked out of his room and looked at his little house with some reluctance. Finally, he resolutely turned his head and walked up the sect master's peak again. Chapter 2795. Thank you, Wu Yu. Yi Fei said. He knew that Wu Yu was taking a huge risk by doing this, especially now that the Rising Dragon sect had no ancient gods, and he had the Heavenly Emperor's talisman and Heavenly Emperor's ancient order on him. Regardless of which one it was worth the risk of many ancient gods fighting for it. Perhaps there were already many ancient gods who were secretly watching his every move. At that thought, Yi Fei looked at Zhang Lang, who nodded and said, Junior brother, this time I'll be in the open and you'll be in the dark. We'll try our best to avoid unnecessary trouble. As he spoke, Zhang Lang took out 1,000 Illusions pill and transformed it into Yi Fei's appearance. This 1,000 Illusions pill is a product of the extraterritorial realm. Even ancient gods won't be able to see through our disguise. Senior brother, Yi Fei will never forget the sect's kindness to me. Yi Fei's heart sank. It was just a trip to the holy city, yet Zhang Lang had to make so many preparations. This showed how dangerous this trip was. However, the more dangerous it was, the more Yi Fei was determined to go. Sensing Yi Fei's determination, Zhang Lang nodded and said in a serious tone, Junior brother, the Holy Domain sect allowed you to participate in the Sky Pride battle as a test for you. If you can enter the Holy City and get a good ranking in the Sky Pride battle, you'll have a chance to become a core disciple of the Holy Domain sect. As for what you've done in the Great Void, it'll be written off. Therefore, you must make good use of this opportunity. Don't worry, I won't let you, an honorable teacher, down. Yi Fei nodded. He knew that this was not only Zhang Lang's request to him, but also Chu Kuangren's best effort to give him a chance to live. Go to the Holy City and fight the Sky Prides. If he won, he would live. If he lost, he would die. Senior brother, I'll be going now. Yi Fei cupped his fists again. He had already swallowed the 1,000 Illusions pill and transformed into Wu Yu's cousin. Not only did he look ordinary, but his expression also revealed a hint of cowardice. He looked like a pushover. Then, Yi Fei and Wu Yu packed their luggage and pretended to go home to visit their relatives. Just as soon as they walked out of the Rising Dragon sect, Xiao Qiao, who had just woken up, suddenly became very serious. His little hand pointed in several directions. Clearly, there were several hidden auras secretly monitoring the Rising Dragon sect. There were even a few times when they swept their gazes towards Wu Yu and Yi Fei, who were walking down the mountain. No soon, these auras all gathered in a certain direction. Not long after Yi Fei left, Another Yi Fei walked out from the sect with Chu Ling and Zhao Yu beside him. They instantly attracted the attention of many people. However, Yi Fei, who had left early, was unaware of all this. However, as per Zhang Lang's instructions, they continued to teleport in the direction of the holy city. Even so, the two of them still spent an entire month's time and a large amount of profound stones before they successfully teleported to the front of an incomparably majestic city. From afar, this majestic city looked like a huge empire. Countless people, families, and warriors were gathered inside. Wu Yu also proudly pointed at the majestic city and said, "You know, it's cousin. Look, this is the holy city. Our Wu family lives in a small town outside the holy city." Yi Fei nodded slightly, but he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. "Wu Yu, since your family is in the holy city, why didn't you join a Sacred Region sect? Why did you go so far to join the Rising Dragon sect?" Wu Yu's face fell and said gloomily, "I wanted to, but the Sacred Region sect is not only xenophobic, but also very strict in accepting disciples. Unless you're born with a 12th grade bloodline, you can only join if you're born with a 12th grade bloodline. Otherwise, outsiders like us have no chance at all. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. There's still some time before the date set by the Sacred Region. Let's take a look at my cousin while we're at it." "Cousin? Are you sure it's not your sweetheart?" Yi Fei made a rare joke. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu laughed foolishly and puffed out his chest. "Why? Can't I, Wu Yu, have a sweetheart? I'm not afraid to tell you that my cousin and I have been betrothed since we were children. She said that as long as I can break through Rinzhu before 40, she will marry me. IV 10 years old was considered very young for a divine lord who could easily live 1,000 years. However, looking at Wu Yu's wretched smile, Yi Fei couldn't help but be curious. He immediately followed Wu Yu and walked to a small town near the holy city. This town was called the Wu Family Town. There were at least 80,000 small towns like this near the holy city, if not 100,000. The family forces in charge also had high and low realms. From the weakest Tao Lord of Heaven to the strongest Divine Lord Rinzhu, they could all be seen. While the 10 strongest small towns were known as the 10 great families of the holy city. Within each family, there were even ancient emperors. Although Wu Yu's family wasn't one of the 10 great families, there were a few elders who were quasi-emperors. Therefore, the Wu family town was very prosperous. Its scale was almost the size of the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty's imperial city. Although the Wu family town was prosperous, Wu Yu's return didn't receive a very warm welcome. The family guards guarding the city gate only bowed to Wu Yu and retreated to the side. Wu Yu couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. He forced a smile at Yi Fei and said, "Cousin, big families are like this. Don't mind it. After all, you and I weren't very outstanding in our families. Let's go. I'll take you to my residence first. Speak." With that, Wu Yu pulled Yi Fei into the city and walked to the residence he used to live in. Yi Fei was shocked to see that Wu Yu's residence was actually a magnificent palace. Not only were there Tao lords guarding outside, there were also many beautiful maids shuttling back and forth inside. "Wu Yu, how dare you call yourself a marginal figure? Even the princes and young masters of the Divine Dynasty wouldn't be treated like this." Wu Yu's reaction was even greater. He rubbed his eyes hard 3 times and shouted, "Where's my house? Why is my house gone?" Wu Yu's shout finally alerted the guards outside the palace. They were all warriors of the Wu family and naturally recognized Wu Yu. However, they did not expect that Wu Yu, who had left the Wu family for 7 years without any news, would suddenly return at this time. These guards were all shocked, but they still stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, young master, you young master. Your house has been empty for a long time. The family has already ordered that it be demolished and rebuilt for young Master Chow to live in. Please wait for a moment. I'll report to young master now." "Do I need you to report to me when I enter my house?" Wu Yu was really angry this time. However, Yi Fei could understand his anger. It was fine that he wasn't liked in the family, but now, even his only house had been demolished. This was too great a grievance. If it were Yi Fei, he would also be angry. Clang. Chapter 2796. Alt. This is young Master Chow's residence. Young Master Yu, please don't make things difficult for us. Same as when they mentioned young Master Chow. The guards were filled with reverence, but when they mentioned Wu Yu, even though they used honorifics, their tone contained a trace of disdain. Yi Fei now believed that Wu Yu was a marginal figure in the Wu family. Otherwise, a few Dao lords wouldn't have looked down on him. Wu, his body was filled with rage. I'll say this for the last time. Get out of my way. This is my house. Young Master Yu, please forgive us. No. If there was anything else to say, the guard would attack and take Wu Yu down on the spot. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Wu Yu's situation in the Wu family wasn't good, but he had no intention of interfering. Although Wu Yu wasn't successful in the Wu family, it was still easy for him to deal with a few Dao lords. In fact, he didn't even need to do it himself. The little emerald dragon on Wu Yu's shoulder had already changed from its wretched appearance to a ferocious roar. The dragon's roar shook the void and sent the attacking Dao lords flying backward, coughing up blood. They looked at Wu Yue with astonishment. Wu Yue, how is this possible? When you left your clan, you were only a heavenly lord. In just 7 short years, you became a divine lord. Wu Yu couldn't help but smile when he heard this. A bunch of dogs. My talent isn't something you scoundrels can understand. Tell Wu Chao to come see me immediately. I want an explanation as to why he took over my house. Wu Yue waved his hand, and the little emerald dragon transformed into a huge whip that swept out in all directions. The Dao Lord guards who had been looking down on Wu Yu all coughed up blood and were sent flying like broken kites. However, no matter how angry Wu Yu was, he didn't kill the guards. He maintained a certain level of propriety. After all, this was the Wu family and Wu Yu's family. Wu Ping, follow me. From now on, this palace belongs to you and me. Zue is a core disciple of the Rising Dragon sect, and a divine lord himself. Wu Yu naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. Since the family had destroyed his house, he might as well make this palace his new residence. Wu Ping, this is that good-for-nothing Wu Ping. I didn't expect that even he would return. At this time, many guards noticed that there was a somewhat familiar figure following beside Wu Yu. The figure was actually the family's most famous good-for-nothing, Wu Ping. However, they didn't know that Wu Ping was actually Yi Fei in disguise. Before they left, they even openly mocked him. Wu Ping, I didn't expect a good-for-nothing like you to return and even follow Wu Yu. Very good. We will immediately report this matter to young Master Chow. Some of the guards quickly retreated. It was Yi Fei's first time coming to the Wu family, so in order to avoid giving himself away, he did not say anything. He just kept his head down and followed Wu Yu into this overly luxurious palace. After dismissing the maids, he sat down on 2 golden chairs and asked, Wu Yu, do you have a grudge with that young Master Chow? And what about Wu Ping? Wu Yu sighed. Wu Ping is my younger cousin, which is you. My younger cousin is good at everything, but he's too kind and doesn't have much talent. What's worse is that he was the only son of the previous family. He was bullied since he was young, so he became taciturn and cowardly. Since I brought him to the Rising Dragon sect, he was disheartened by the martial path. He just peacefully stayed in the Rising Dragon sect's vassal ancient country and became a peaceful marquis. Speaking of even, Wu Yu couldn't help but sigh at the mention of his younger cousin. Only now did Yi Fei understand why the Dao Lord guards of the various families dared to mock him after seeing him turn into Wu Ping. What about Wu Chao? What enmity does he have with you? Yi Fei continued to ask. Since they were brothers, if Wu Yu was wronged in the Wu family, Yi Fei couldn't just ignore it. Wu Yu understood Yi Fei's meaning. He shook his head. Wu Chao is my uncle's son. When the previous family head died in battle, my father and uncle took part in the struggle for the family head position. Since then, the 2 families have formed enmity. Wu Chao relied on his greater talent to cause trouble for me several times. However, I had a fortuitous encounter in the Rising Dragon sect, and my bloodline has risen to grade 11. I'm no longer inferior to Wu Chao. Clang. When he mentioned his cousin, Wu Yu and the little emerald dragon actually had a wretched smile on their faces. Yi Fei felt his scalp tighten. He couldn't help but feel curious about this cousin of his. Just as Yi Fei and Wu Yu were talking. Then, several injured guards used their fastest speed to report the matter of Wu Yu's return to the Wu family, to the strongest genius of the Wu family, Wu Chao. Wu Chao was only in his 30s. Compared to cultivators who lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, he was still relatively young. Since he was young, it was natural for him to be full of vigor. Although Wu Yu's father had died in battle, Wu Chao couldn't help but vent his anger on Wu Yu. Therefore, when Wu Yu went to the Rising Dragon sect, Wu Chao naturally razed the only residence of Wu Yu and his father in the Wu family to the ground. He even built the most luxurious palace. Moreover, this palace just so happened to be the place where Wu Chao and his friends usually went to have fun. Now that he heard that Wu Yu had taken back the palace as soon as he returned, Wu Chao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Good, Wu Yu. It's fine if you took away my palace as soon as you returned, but you actually dared to bring that good-for-nothing Wu Ping back. Follow me. I want to see what kind of skills he learned in the Rising Dragon sect. Clang! Wu Chao led a large group of people and rushed aggressively toward Wu Yu's residence. This scene naturally couldn't be hidden from the other elders of the Wu family. Clang! When they heard that Wu Yu had returned, many of the elders had strange expressions. Especially when they heard that Wu Yu had brought Wu Ping back, they couldn't help but have different thoughts in their hearts. I heard that Wu Yu joined the Rising Dragon sect, and even became a core disciple. This time he brought Wu Ping back. Could it be that he's the same as his father and intends to interfere in the selection of the Wu family's patriarch? Although Wu Ping was cowardly, his father was still the previous Wu family's patriarch. Now that Wu Yu had returned, it just so happened that the selection of the next Wu family's patriarch was crucial. Clang! At this time, many of the elders were moved. They all sent out their divine sense, hiding in the void to spy on the situation. However, these elders thought that their divine sense was extremely secretive. What they didn't know was that their actions had already been seen clearly by Xiao Chao with his divine eyes of heaven and earth. Xiao Chao. Chao hurriedly reminded Yi Fei. At the same time, he spread his hands and looked at Yi Fei with a very cute and innocent expression. Yi Fei was speechless. He knew that it was time to bring Xiao Chao out to buy candied haws. Chapter 2797. Heartbroken cousin outside the palace. The guards of the Wu family were already standing, and they were escorting a young man in luxurious clothes. When Wu walked out to take a look, his face immediately turned cold, and he said coldly, "Wu Chao, this is my residence. Why did you bring this group of scoundrels here? Get lost." Although Wu Yu had wanted to laugh in the Dragon Rising sect, he was still very manly in the Wu family. In the end, this was his home. Yi Fei silently nodded and took the initiative to retreat to the side. Since this was a family matter, he should let Wu Yu resolve it himself. Wu Yu's words also caused many of his friends to jump in fright. One of them shouted, "Wu Chao, listen. What did this brat say about us? We're all disciples of prestigious families. If you don't resolve this matter today, we'll break off all relations." No one was willing to admit that they were a bunch of scoundrels, even if the majority of them were typical silk pants. Hearing those words, Wu Chao's face turned even redder than a pig's liver. He was so angry that he was about to bleed. "Wu Yu, you've really become capable after joining the Rising Dragon sect. You better kowtow and apologize to these brothers right now, or I'll teach you a lesson." "Humph, can kowtowing make up for our losses? We'll let him slap himself 100 times first," said one of the young masters arrogantly. Wu Chao didn't even need to think before agreeing. "Fine, we'll do as brother says. Wu Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel. Slap yourself 100 times first." Wahaha! The surrounding guards all let out mocking laughter. They didn't realize that Wu Yu was also a member of their Wu family. Wu Yu's humiliation was actually the entire Wu family's humiliation. Yi Fei inwardly shook his head. It's fine for a family to have internal strife, but if you don't even have a backbone and only know how to show off in front of your own family, then you're as weak as a dog to outsiders. That's too sad. The laughter suddenly stopped. Many of the guards, including Wu Chao himself, looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. You're Wu Ping? You spineless coward. When did you have the right to interrupt when we were talking? Slap yourself. Yes, young master. One of the Dao Lord guards immediately walked towards Yi Fei and raised his hand to slap him. However, this slap didn't land on Yi Fei's face. Instead, Yi Fei threw out a palm strike as the guard approached, causing him to retreat continuously. Scram! Even if I, Wu Ping, am in dire straits, I'm still the son of the previous patriarch, the young master of the Wu clan. Wu Yu, this servant has offended his superiors. How should he be punished? Wu Yu secretly gave Yi Fei a thumbs up and coldly snorted. Humph! According to the family rules, this kind of slave must be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the family. The guard who had attacked immediately turned pale. Only then did he remember that although Wu Ping had a cowardly personality, he was still the only son of the previous patriarch. His status wasn't something the lowly guard like him could compare to. The guard was so frightened that he immediately collapsed to the ground and looked pleadingly at Wu Chao. Wu Chao's gaze became colder and colder. At the same time, he looked at Yi Fei with some surprise. Brother Ping, as the saying goes, before you hit a dog, you have to look at its owner. You and Wu Yu seize my house without my permission and hit my dog. Then don't blame me, Wu Chao, for ignoring our brotherhood. The two of you hit my dog. Today, I'll break both of your legs. Wu Chao, if you dare to touch my brother, Wu Yu, will destroy you. When he heard that Wu Chao wanted to touch Yi Fei, Wu Yu immediately became like an enraged tiger. With a roar, he raised his dragon staff and charged forward. Wu Chao wasn't afraid. Behind him, a hurricane howled and formed a giant wind demon. This giant wind demon tore apart the sky with its bare hands. It split into two and tore at Wu Yu. Yi Fei was even more surprised to see that when Wu Chao used his divine ability, he even erupted with the power of a grade 11 bloodline. It was no wonder that Wu Yu's tone was filled with fear when he mentioned Wu Chao. However, the current Wu Yu is no longer the small lord of heaven who had been forced to leave his family 7 years ago. The current Wu Yu had not only joined the Rising Dragon sect and become a core disciple, but his bloodline had also risen to grade 11. Whether it was talent or martial arts, he wasn't any weaker than Wu Chao, whom the Wu clan had specially nurtured. Moreover, Wu Yu had once entered the Great Void and obtained another opportunity and transformation. The current Wu Yu is no longer the same as 7 years ago. Wu Chao quickly discovered this point. His expression couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. How is this possible? Wu Mei clearly swindled your blood god pill, but you still managed to raise your bloodline to grade 11. The blood god pill was a secret pill that the Wu clan had obtained from the Saint Realm sections. It was extremely rare. In the end, only the previous head of the clan and Wu Chao's father had obtained one. Wu Chao's father had given the pill to Wu Chao, allowing Wu Chao to possess a grade 11 bloodline. As for the previous head of the clan, he had obtained one. Naturally, he had given it to Wu Ping. However, Wu Ping's personality was cowardly. He knew that he couldn't keep such a pill, so he had simply given it to Wu Yu. Later on, Wu Yu had used this pill as a token of love and given it to his cousin, Wu Mei. Wu Yu had told all this inside information to Yi Fei in order to prevent Yi Fei from being exposed. However, Yi Fei hadn't expected that Wu Yu's blood god pill had actually been swindled away by Wu Mei. Wu Chao, what nonsense are you talking about? My cousin and I are in love with each other. Since 7 years ago, we've already pledged ourselves to each other. How could she possibly lie to me? Not only did you insult my brother, you even insulted my woman. Today, I, Wu Yu, will beat you to death. Roar, roar. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens. The furious Wu Yu immediately used the Ascending Dragon Fist. Furthermore, this was a modified version of the Ascending Dragon Fist by Yi Fei. Its power was even stronger and fiercer than the original Ascending Dragon Fist. The moment this fist technique was unleashed, Wu Chao was suppressed in an instant. His face was filled with shock. Could it be that this brat has really gotten lucky in the Rising Dragon sect? To think that he would become so strong. Not good. If this continues, I might lose. When Wu Chao thought that he might lose in public to Wu Yu, who he had always looked down on, his eyes were suddenly filled with malice and a trace of strangeness. He laughed on the spot and said, "Wu Yu, you're so silly that you're cute. That woman, Wu Mei, has never loved you. She only approached you to obtain you. It's just that blood god pill. What's laughable is that you actually stupidly gave such a precious pill to her. In the end, she turned around and abandoned you. Now, she's even hooked up with little Beast Wong, his younger brother. Not only have the two of them done the deed of husband and wife, they're even going to get married in front of everyone soon. Wu Chao, you're lying to me. You must be lying to me. My cousin has always been pure and clean. The sun and moon can bear witness to our feelings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encouraged me to leave my family and join the Dragon Ascending sect 7 years ago. Chapter 2798. Full Moon Pavilion. There's a flaw. When Wu Chao was fighting, he had mentioned Wu Mei's matter to deliberately disturb Wu Yu's mind. He had indeed succeeded. Hearing his cousin's betrayal, Wu Yu's mind was in a mess. The momentum of the Rising Dragon Fist also weakened. On the other hand, Wu Chao became more and more courageous as he fought. Every move was ruthless. Soon, Wu Yu couldn't hold on any longer. He was beaten until he spat out blood and fell to the ground. Wu Chao immediately taunted with the attitude of a victor. Wu Yu, so what if you've joined the Rising Dragon sect? You still lost to me. From today onwards, there's no place for you in the Wu family. Take that good-for-nothing and scram back to where you came from. After saying that, Wu Chao glared at Yi Fei. However, he didn't make a move. After all, Yi Fei was currently using Wu Ping's appearance. Wu Ping was famous in the Wu family for being a coward with mediocre talent. This made Wu Chao subconsciously think that Yi Fei's strength was because he had Wu Yu as his backer. However, what surprised Wu Chao was that facing his threatening gaze, the previous Wu Ping would have been scared to the point of trembling. However, the current Wu Ping in front of him didn't tremble. Instead, he ignored him and walked to Wu Yu's side. Wu Yu was still in a daze. He fell to the ground and cried, "Impossible, impossible. Cousin would never lie to me." Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. Wu Yu might be joking around most of the time, but it could be seen that he really had feelings for this cousin of his. Unfortunately, the falling flower had feelings for the heartless brook. Suddenly, Yi Fei shouted coldly, attacking Wu Yu's soul. "Wu Yu, calm down. If you want to know the truth, why don't you go to Full Moon Pavilion and take a look?" "Yes, Full Moon Pavilion. I want to go to Full Moon Pavilion." Wu Yu's eyes finally regained their color. He immediately rushed outside. Yi Fei was speechless. However, he could understand Wu Yu's feelings and immediately followed. Wu Chao also hoped that Wu Yu would rush to the Full Moon Pavilion and suffer an even more serious blow. From then on, he would not be able to recover from the setback and abandon the martial path. Therefore, not only did he not continue to make things difficult for him, he even waved his hand in advance to have his guards make way. The surrounding group of scoundrel friends immediately raised their thumbs and flattered one after another. "Ha ha ha, Wu Chao, you're really of noble character and unquestionable integrity. That Wu Yu bullied you like this, and you're still willing to let him off. They're just two stray dogs. Who do you think I, Wu Chao, am? How could I lower myself to their level? Brothers, today's my treat. Let's go inside and continue playing." Wu Chao waved his hand again, and a group of young and beautiful maids quickly walked over from the vicinity of the palace, carrying various delicacies in their hands. Many of the Wu family elders secretly shook their heads when they saw this. Wu Chao was indeed talented, but it was a pity that he was too extravagant, and the friends he made were all scoundrels. However, compared to Wu Chao, Wu Yu's performance left these elders even more disappointed. They understood that it was unlikely that there would be any pleasant surprises in this family's election. Of course, Yifei didn't care about any of this. He was only worried that Wu Yu wouldn't be able to control himself. Wu Yu, if your cousin really betrayed you, what would you do? Yifei, don't worry. I won't recklessly do anything. After all, I am well aware of my own abilities. Wu Yu shook his head in disappointment. He finally summoned his courage and walked into the full moon pavilion. The holy city was large, and it was divided into several regions. Of these, the full moon pavilion was the most famous restaurant in the outer regions of the holy city. Normally, those that came here were all young divine Lord Realm geniuses, and this time was no exception. As soon as he walked in, he saw many young divine lords sitting inside. They were all discussing the upcoming battle between geniuses. The most conspicuous one was a coarse young man wearing a felt hat. This young man looked like a lion, and he was speaking with fervor and assurance. Beside him was a woman in a pink dress with light makeup. She was beautiful and had a fiery figure. At this moment, the young man was speaking loudly as his large hands wandered around the woman's body. This attracted many envious and burning gazes, but no one dared to have any evil thoughts. This was because this young man in the felt hat wasn't just a heavyweight of the Divine Beast sect. He was also the younger brother of the little beast Wang, Jia Gu. However, although Jia Gu was talented, he hadn't participated in the Great Void Expedition. Instead, he had wandered around. This time, he had entered the holy city and met a beautiful woman. The two of them had been together for 3 days, but it had been like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Wu Mei had taken a fancy to Jia Gu's status and talent, and Jia Gu had taken a fancy to Wu Mei's boldness. In the end, he had decided to marry Wu Mei and make her his 7th concubine. This scene was clearly seen by Wu Yu. Wu Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He cried out involuntarily, "Cousin, it's really you. Wu Yu, why are you here?" Wu Mei was originally lying in Jia Gu's arms peacefully. However, when she saw Wu Yu's heartbroken eyes, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. She was extremely flustered and wanted to stand up from Jia Gu's arms. Jia Gu's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of displeasure. Not only did he not let Wu Mei stand up, but he also stretched his hand into Wu Mei's lapel in an extremely overbearing manner. He said, "What's wrong? Is this your old flame?" Wu Mei's expression changed greatly when she heard this. She hurriedly continued to nestle in Jia Gu's arms and said, "How is that possible? I have given my pure body to you. This person, Wu Yu, is my cousin. Not only is he an ordinary person, but he is also a pervert. 7 years ago, he often pestered me, a toad lusting after a swan's meat. I didn't expect that after 7 years, he still hasn't changed." Bang! Wu Mei's words made a group of young Heaven's Pride-level experts around Jia Gu stand up in anger. Jia Gu coldly looked at Wu Yu and said, "You listen carefully. Wu Mei is my woman. She will become my 7th concubine soon. However, I don't want to make things difficult for you, since you're a member of the Wu family. I will break his toad's legs and throw him out." "Ha ha ha. Brother Jia Gu, leave this task to us." Several young Heaven's Pride-level experts stood up and prepared to attack Wu Yu. However, Wu Yu was still looking at Wu Mei in a daze. Yi Fei sighed again. He knew that Wu Yu had suffered a big blow this time, so he had no choice but to stand up. Suddenly, he pointed his sword finger towards the nearest Heaven's Pride-level expert. Puff! A bloody hole appeared in that Heaven's Pride-level expert's chest, and he fell down. This scared Wu Mei, who was in Jia Gu's arms, and she screamed, "Wu Ping, you're Wu Ping. You're a good-for-nothing. You dare to kill people? Why would I dare? I can kill all of you as long as my brother asks. It'll only take a blink of an eye." Wu Yu's bitter experience had made Yi Fei's body emit a murderous aura. Chapter 2799. Blood Lotus Seed. Wu Yu grabbed Yi Fei's shoulder and rushed out of the full moon restaurant. He didn't give Zha Gu and the others a chance to attack. Zha Gu's complexion turned ugly inside the full moon restaurant before he left. He coldly looked at the young Heaven's Pride experts beside him and said, "Why haven't you chased after him yet? Those who dare to kill my people, whether it is Wu Yu or Wu Ping, they must die. Wu Mei, do you have any objections?" "Husband, I absolutely have no objections. In my heart, besides you, there is no one else. I swear." Wu Mei was flustered and hurriedly swore. As for Wu Yu's life or death, she didn't even bother to look at it. However, what Wu Mei didn't expect was that the young geniuses chasing after them wouldn't be able to catch Wu Yu. This was because when they left Full Moon Pavilion, Yifei had already turned around and used a spatial ability to bring Wu Yu away. The two of them quickly entered the crowd and disappeared. Holy City was not an ordinary city. This was a city of cultivators and a majestic city where high-level cultivators gathered. No matter how arrogant these young geniuses were, they wouldn't dare to search the streets. In the end, this matter could only be left unsettled. Yi Fei and Wu Yu returned to the city and found a remote restaurant. On this day, Wu Yu drank until he was dead drunk. His eyes were red. "Brother, am I useless? The woman I liked the most actually lied to me. I went through so many dangers and risked my life to join the Rising Dragon sect. What was my purpose? Wasn't it to be together with her?" Yi Fei didn't say anything. He just silently handed over a jar of wine and said, "Now, you have two choices. One is to drink yourself to death here. The other is to pull yourself together. It's not your loss that such a woman didn't choose you. It's your fortune. Otherwise, if you really get together with Wu Mei, I'm afraid that we won't even be brothers in the future." Yi Fei's words caused Wu Yu to be completely stunned. He silently drank the wine in his hand and suddenly thought of something. With a bang, he smashed the wine jar in his hand. "Yi Fei, you're right. If it wasn't for Wu Mei tricking me into joining the Rising Dragon sect, I wouldn't have met you and even become brothers with you. I should thank that woman. She's a woman, but I'm still a little unwilling. After all, she lied to me. Then take your revenge. Use your strongest combat power to prove to her that she made the wrong choice." Yi Fei said encouragingly. Hearing this, Wu Yu smiled bitterly. "If you want to take revenge on that woman, this time, the Wu family's patriarch election is an opportunity. As long as I become the patriarch, I can kick her out of the family and take revenge on her for lying to me back then. But I only have this bit of ability. At most, I'm on par with Wu Chao. Wanting to seize the patriarch's position is difficult." Wu Yu shook his head gloomily. However, after hearing Wu Yue's words, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. "Wu Yue, it's not like you don't have a chance to seize the position of family head. Your bloodline has also reached the 11th grade, and you've also passed the trial of the Great Void. The only difference between you and those heavyweight geniuses is that you haven't mastered a single Celestial Emperor Mystique." "What? Master a Celestial Emperor Mystique in just a few dozen days? Yi Fei, you're not joking, right?" Wu Yue felt that this idea was too crazy. The other heavyweight geniuses had to cultivate bitterly for several years and had the guidance of an ancient god before they could master it. What did he have? He had nothing. However, Yi Fei did not think so. After all, it was not impossible for warriors below the level of peerless geniuses to master a Celestial Emperor Mystique. He himself was a good example. More importantly, Wu Yue had a rather strong foundation to master a Celestial Emperor Mystique. That was the Rising Dragon Fist. This fist technique was originally evolved from the Sacred Dragon Fist. As long as Yi Fei could think of a way to let Wu Yue upgrade the Rising Dragon Fist to the Sacred Dragon Fist, that would be equivalent to mastering a Celestial Emperor Mystique. Moreover, although he could not lend the Indestructible Sword token to Wu Yue to improve his perceptivity, he could lend the Dragon Turtle to Wu Yue. However, before this, in order to appease Xiao Chao's resentment, Yi Fei decisively dragged Wu Yue onto the streets to buy candied haws, a specialty of the Holy City. Then, while Xiao Chao was busy eating candied haws and had no time to play with the Dragon Turtle, Yi Fei used the Imperial Armament art to turn the dragon turtle into a crystal ball and handed it to Wu Yue. Wu Yue, Big Black's crystal form, can help you deduce martial arts mystiques. Now, I'll impart to you the ultimate version of the Rising Dragon Fist, the Sacred Dragon Fist. If you can master it, you can master a Celestial Emperor mystique. However, you can only practice this fist technique secretly. Don't spread it casually. Yi Fei instructed solemnly. Yi Fei, don't worry. Wu Yue, swear that I will never spread this fist technique. Wu Yue gratefully accepted the crystal ball that the dragon turtle had turned into. Yi Fei nodded and immediately imparted the complete version of the Sacred Dragon Fist to Wu Yue through the spiritual imprint. As for whether Wu Yue could master it, that would depend on his hard work and perceptivity. After doing this, Yi Fei found a room in the restaurant and settled down. At the same time, he took out the ancient divine blood lotus. Yi Fei had not had the time to refine this blood lotus after obtaining it. Now that he had safely arrived in the holy city, the upcoming proud son of heaven battle might be his life or death battle. Yi Fei did not dare to be careless. While Wu Yue was cultivating, Yi Fei also began to circulate his mystic energy to refine the ancient divine blood lotus in his hand. Boom! As Yi Fei refined it, the ancient divine blood lotus actually exploded with a violent ancient divine aura in an attempt to resist Yi Fei's refinement. Clearly, this blood lotus had developed some sort of spirituality under the nourishment of the ancient divine blood essence. Yi Fei could not help but praise, as expected of a divine-grade ancient divine blood lotus. I wonder if I can refine it before the proud son of heaven battle begins? Just as Yi Fei was worried, Xiao Qiao held a bunch of candied haws in his left hand and a green vine whip in his right. He confidently ran out to comfort Yi Fei, saying that with Xiao Qiao around, refining this ancient divine blood lotus would definitely not be a problem. When he finished speaking, Xiao Qiao had already waved his small hand. The six-color divine light had already turned into a peculiar belt of light that continuously poured into the ancient divine blood lotus. The ancient divine blood lotus, which was still resisting, immediately became docile. At the same time, Yi Fei was shocked to see that this ancient divine blood lotus actually began to grow again. It gradually evolved from the shape of a lotus to that of a lotus seed. Finally, this blood lotus actually began to bear fruit. In the middle of the huge lotus seed pod, 3 peculiar blood lotus seeds that emitted a crystalline luster began to appear. Only then did Xiao Qiao stop activating the divine light. She puffed out her chest proudly and took a lotus seed on the spot. With a crunch, she took a small bite out of it. The broken lotus seed actually emitted a strange light of the great Tao, which shocked Yi Fei. Xiao Cao's expression became very bitter on the spot. She even spat out the lotus seed in her mouth, which was a rare sight. She spat out the lotus seed in her mouth, indicating that the lotus seed tasted very bitter. Xiao Qiao didn't like eating it at all. Chapter 2800. The fact that the ancient god's blood lotus could evolve into a blood lotus seed subverted Yi Fei's understanding. Regardless of whether it was the Stone Tribe or the Rising Dragon Sex records, there was only one way to refine a blood lotus. That was to directly devour the energy of the blood lotus in order to comprehend the Tao heart. Furthermore, there was a problem with the success rate of using the ancient god's blood lotus to comprehend the Tao heart. The higher the quality of the blood lotus, the higher the chances of comprehending the Tao heart. As for whether the blood lotus still had such an effect after turning into a blood lotus seed, Yi Fei didn't know. However, this is Xiao Qiao's goodwill after all. Furthermore, the blood lotus seed seems to contain the light of the great Tao. Its effect should be greater than the blood lotus, right? At this point, Yi Fei finally made up his mind. He picked up the blood lotus seed in his hand and placed it in his mouth. With just a light bite, a majestic energy instantly erupted from his body. This time, the indestructible sword token even erupted with cheers of joy. At the same time, Under the influence of the indestructible sword token, Yifei's body began to spin rapidly. Very soon, it formed a vortex of the waves that spun wildly. Just like that, the boundless energy of the world was absorbed and refined by the imperishable sword token. Very soon, it turned into a hazy light of the waves that surfaced from Yifei's body. Bathed in the light of the great Tao, Yifei instantly felt that his divine soul and even his soul were listening to the sound of the great Tao. Furthermore, this sound of the great Tao, it wasn't the sound of the great Tao, but the sound of the great Tao. Various mysterious sounds of the great Tao were emitted from Yifei's body and affected Yifei's physical body, divine soul, and even his soul. In a hazy state, Yifei felt that his consciousness seemed to have entered a new world. In front of this world, there was an ancient stone door. When his consciousness was about to push open the stone door opened. Boom! A vast repulsive force surged towards him like a wave. It immediately pushed Yifei's consciousness out of this world. As a result, Yifei could only vaguely sense it, but he couldn't truly step in. Tao Heart. The world I've sensed should be the Tao Heart. Yifei opened his eyes. He wasn't dejected. Instead, his eyes were filled with deep shock. One had to know that the higher the grade of the ancient god blood lotus, the longer it would take to refine it. For example, the royal grade blood lotus that Zhao Yu had obtained had taken him several months to refine. He could only vaguely sense the existence of the path heart, but he couldn't get close to it. While Yifei, not only had he truly gotten close to it, he had even almost stepped into it. He truly possessed a Tao heart. What was even more frightening was that Yifei had only spent slightly more than 10 days. In these 10 days, not only did I sense my Tao heart, I even tried to break through. Could this be the effect of the blood lotus seed? The ancient god blood lotus can help a martial artist comprehend their Tao heart faster and more effectively, and even help them break through their Tao heart. Upon discovering this secret, Yifei immediately became excited. Although he hadn't succeeded in his first attempt, he didn't just have one blood lotus seed in his possession. He had a total of 3. Also, this meant that Yifei had 2 more chances to break through the door of the Tao heart in his mind. No, after his first failure, Yifei clearly knew that he hadn't broken through to the Renzu state yet. He wouldn't be able to successfully condense his own Tao heart with just the power of 1 blood lotus seed. Therefore, Yifei quickly made a decision. He would refine the remaining 2 blood lotus seeds and store them in the indestructible sword token. Then, he would try to break through the door of his Tao heart a second time. Boom! Rumble! He did as he thought. In the following period of time, Yifei once again entered a frenzied state of cultivation. While Yifei was cultivating, on the other side, Wiyue was also stimulated. He hugged the dragon turtle continuously and cultivated crazily with the desire for revenge in his heart. While in order to master the sacred dragon fist as soon as possible, Wiyue fulfilled all of the dragon turtle's requests. Not only did he give all of his Xian veins to the dragon turtle so that it could eat and drink well, he even saved the little emerald dragon's rations and fed it to the dragon turtle. Naturally, the little emerald dragon was greatly dissatisfied and wanted to fight with the dragon turtle several times. However, the dragon turtle didn't do anything. On the contrary, the dragon turtle constantly activated the Dragon Emperor weapon and used its divination ability to help Wiyue improve his divination ability. Through divination ability, not comprehension ability. However, as a core disciple of the Rising Dragon sect, Wiyue's comprehension ability wasn't bad at all. In addition, with the help of the dragon turtle's divination ability, Wiyue's understanding of the sacred dragon fist was constantly improving. I see. This is the ultimate version of the Rising Dragon fist, the sacred dragon fist. I finally know how to cultivate it. In the room, Wiyue happily sang and jumped. He even hugged the dragon turtle and kissed it a few times. The dragon turtle's neck tilted and it opened its mouth to vomit. After all, it was a purebred male dragon turtle. Then, as the day of the house head election approached, the entire Wu town was filled with jubilation. It wasn't just the Wu family. They had been preparing for this day for a long time. The other families that were on good terms with the Wu family all sent representatives to observe the househead election. Yu and Jia brought the disciples of the Divine Beast sect to congratulate the Wu family. The current family head of the Wu family, Wu Yu's uncle, Wu Sheng, smiled like a chrysanthemum. Many thanks to young Master Jia for coming. My Wu family is honored. Chao quickly come and greet young Master Jia. Wu Xing shouted. Wu Chao had already dressed up neatly. He walked over and bowed to Jia. Beside him was the delicate Wu Mei, who directly threw herself into Jiagu's arms. Brother Jia, you're finally here. I was afraid that Wu Yu would come out and harass me during the family head election. Speaking of Wu Yu, Jiagu's face instantly turned cold. He dares. All right, where did Wu Ping, who killed my companion, go? Did you catch him? Jiagu didn't forget that in the Full Moon restaurant, Yi Fei killed one of his subordinates in front of everyone. In the end, he smoothly escaped. This was no different from slapping his face in front of everyone. This time, Jiagu came not only to give face to Wu Mei, but also to settle accounts with Yi Fei. Only Jiagu didn't know that the one who killed his subordinate wasn't the real Wu Ping. Because of Wu Ping's cowardice, the Wu family had never put Wu Ping in their eyes. In addition, Jiagu and Wu Mei had already confirmed that the one who killed his subordinate was Wu Ping. This made the head of the Wu family, Wu Sheng's face immediately become incomparably ugly. He immediately asked a trusted elder beside him, "How is it? Have you found those two bastards, Wu Yu and Wu Ping?" Family head, these two people are very cunning. The sacred city is too big. Unless they take the initiative to show themselves or find a way to lure them out, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find them. The trusted elder said with difficulty. Would that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.